some thingy-madiggy, and then I need my AC capture. Properties, AC capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-madiggy. No, I'm gonna say, Phantom, you broke it. I was doing A-okay, and then something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Greatly appreciate it. Alrighty then. Back in, here we go. It'll take a minute for the, what's-a-mahoozy to... This is like a render of me instead of, like, actively me. What do I gotta... Okay, so I need to disable this. Alright. Alright, in chat, tell the difference between me...
Hello!
Click, 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 click.
Hello!
Click, 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 click. Click, click. Alright. So, alright, first thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... let's go with 4 cuts.
The real you is super ugly.
Wow! The fuck am I going? This way. Cool. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Do I have it as a command? Hold on. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do like... So I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. Ta-da!
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love...
Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you? Sharon just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sharon's just like... tapping away, and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Yeah, this Zeeb just can't do anything correctly, and this is supposed to be like... just a first time I actually utilize my VR model before for any further modifications, because if I keep modifying it, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'll utilize it in the after the next update or the next change I put towards it. And it's like, I'd end up not using it. And it'd just be like, ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we
like that
not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big
I
sword.
really like the sword.
You shove through your chest.
Shove it
Like-
up your ass.
Look at the
I'm focused on murdering her because
look at the
she wants-
titties.
Grant,
don't
stop
focus
looking
on
at the
titties,
titty.
so if
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
That system, I think everyone was like really close, only because Rudy, stop it! Yeah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. 250 kilometers in any German vehicle. 20
It has been
airspeeds
a
in any
long
Volkswagen
time
bug,
since I've seen
drag
sour
race in a
cream.
German super saloon.
It has
German
been
vehicle.
such a long time after seeing that little titty there. I'm gonna be real with you.
Hi everyone! Happy Saturday. I had to go to work today, unfortunately, so I wasn't able to do like my MMO thing in the morning like I've been doing with a lot of Saturdays. I've instead been doing it... I instead had to do it this evening right now, which is where I am. Excuse me. JCat, thank you for being the first ones here. Greatly appreciate it. And Ginger Fox, thank you so much for joining in. I know, I have to go to work. I have to go to work sometimes on a Saturday. It's absolutely terrible. Let me get you a clip shout out there. Let's see.
Then again, how do I open doors?
Alright, cool. This time it's not like... Wait. Is Sidekick being that difficult with me?
Oh. Sup?
Welcome to Hacker Center.
I thought this thing would work without any interruptions, but it looks like it's having the same problem as, like, you know, weeks ago. Like, is there a, like, there's gotta be, maybe I need to look for a
Your
new
haircut.
one. Maybe I can't use
Bob Ross.
Sidekick anymore to
Are
do,
you
like, a
twerking? What are you
little
doing?
demonstration of,
What
like, oh, hey, you should go
Anyway.
check out these streamers. And this is, like, a little demonstration of their content. Like, for example, when Ginger Fox went through Perfect Zero. Also, hi there, unnamed. I see you borking in my chat. Good morning. How's it going at... Hang on a sec, let me check my clock. How's it going at... like... 3 to, 4 in the morning. Hi, Ripper! Welcome to the stream. I need a new, overlay thingy-majiggy for doing the,
Oh, this!
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for being my biggest fan. And Ripper, you bested Jason. I honestly thought no one was gonna get to that redeem because it was at an extremely high price, and I'm pretty sure at this point it's now. Maybe I need to like start. Yeah, I'll just keep it at $100 at like 100 points increase. It was very tempting now that it got up to 10,000 to just make it a case of, oh, let's up it by like 1,000 per redeem. So then that way there was less likely of a chance where if someone did a redeem of 10,000 because they just crossed into it, someone else would have just like jumped in and be like, oh, I'm going to do 10,100 because getting to 10,100 takes about the same amount of time as getting to 10,000. Whereas getting from 10,000 to 11,000 is way different. Which start did you pick? Oh, it started back at like 0 points, and it's been going up by 100 each time. That thing has been around for a while. I will probably do like a new one in the new year or something like that. You're sleepy, but you're playing Mana Lords? You sounded so fucking excited. You sounded like you had a goddamn hard-on for the... Oh my goodness! Feudal Lord Management! Oh my goodness! I get to command citizens during ye old London times! Get syphilis. You, get into a barn. No denials whatsoever. Hi, Sashera. I see you've gone fishing. Hi, welcome. Hi. Hey there, Wild Saber. Yay, taxes. Did you get your taxes done? I'm guessing that's why you're excited. You're like an American that's actually glad that they're done with their taxes. City management, yes. I need to play more tonight, but I know I'll be up until... But wait, what is it? So Ripper is like sleeping there. Oh, okay, so you're playing Mana Lords as well. Apparently everyone is just playing Mana Lords. There's like new games that is like, apparently I need to get into at one point, but I work a full-time job and shit. Like, there's Manor Lords, which apparently is... No, city management taxes. Oh, okay. I thought... Well, Saber, I'm gonna be really... I should have known. I thought you were coming in with an entirely new topic like you do normally, but instead you were actually on topic. You were on topic where we were, like, just briefly on Manor Lords. V, Rising V. Everyone's... Okay, alright, so... To get some... So what are the thingy-majiggies that I'm going to need to keep a track of? Hang on a second. So I need to keep a track of... Manor Lords, and then I need to keep an eye on... And then there's another crab game. Because that one's like a Dark Souls thingy-majiggy. Next up is... Also, this font is too big. Why does it default to 256? Like, god damn it. It doesn't need to be this big. Alright, and then there's going to be an outline, which is going to be black as well, because that is the correct thingy. Alright, so we got Manor Lords, we got another crab game, we've got V Rising, apparently, like... Is there anything else I need to be concerned about? Hopefully not. Zeebs had a brain fart moment. Absolutely. This shirt isn't just for branding. It's a warning. Has Telegram died for anyone else, or is it just a skill issue on my part? Let me have a look. Ding, dong, habing, hadang. It might have died. Bam. Oofbies. Telegram might have died because it is not presented. Hey! Who did that? I can't see my thingy-majiggy. Tatsu! Give me back my shirt. Give me back my shirt. I need that. I'm about to go into stream. But yeah, I think Telegram is having a bit of a fun moment. It's a good thing I'm not on Telegram right now. Alrighty, I am going to move this thingy-majiggy over onto the left here. Why is this thing doing a flickering... Oh, I know why it's doing a flickering light. It's because I have the game open in the background. And goddamn you, little Incineroar. One day I will fix the Pokemote so it's actually done within the whatsamahoozy, within the thingy. Paladins is good again. Alright, let me put in Paladins. Ding dong. Paladins. Never happening. There we go. Also, hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. No MSQ. Means no shirt. I will... Dawn Trail in July should be a given. Yeah, well, but I'm already busy with that. And speaking of Dawn Trail, I have to get my shit sorted. I have to get ready for that Dawn Trail nonsense. I have to... You know, get into the what's-in-the-who's. I need to get into the game. I need to get started. Also, music. There we go. Oh, also, let me double check. They'll be completed in 5... Okay, cool. We'll wait for them to, like, be done and what have you. But yeah, so I need to get through that. One of the things I have done is I've done a little bit of the yokai medal, like the yokai crossover event. So, hang on a second, let me move this here. So yeah, so I've got plenty of these medals now. I thought I only needed like 5 medals. I thought I only needed like 5 medals for every weapon, but it turns out, much like the minions, the first one is at a reduced price, everything else is like a higher price. So I have to actually chase after like 10 medals. I don't think I need this one though. I think I've already got... So I think this guy is for, like, the cat. So can I discard? Yeah, I'll discard you. But I need to get, like, 5 for, like, all these guys here. And then I need to get, like, 10 for, all the other things. Because you can get a cool mount. So, and here's the thing, like... Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Not the kitchen knife. Oh, I should restore that item because that can go into the what's-a-mahoozy thing. Where is the cat? Cat. Cat. Where the fuck is the cat? Hang on, is it... Storm Officer, Mobile, The Wave, Thunder, Tidal, Shiva, Dissentor, Hive, Ruby Tithe, Ghost, Sophic... Where? I thought if it was in the armory chest, it would pop up in the... Oh. I have to click on... There we go. So, ding, 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 ding. Seize... There we go. So I got the paw, and so I've got the brave cat and the crimson cat so far. So yeah, so... Anywho's, I need to also store this thing in here instead. So... I also need to figure out, like, which of these armors could go into the armory instead. Increase XP earned from battle crafting XP when level 10 or below. Well, that won't be effective for me. Alrighty then. Getting out of there. Let's see, has the thingy-majiggy propped off? I don't think it has. Hang on a sec. Did you... So yeah, I did put in the armor. You are absolutely right. The cat is for the paladin weapon shield. Yeah. But yeah, I do have it. So, but yeah. So, I'm gonna be real. When it was Anzac Day and I had the day off, I just went through this game and went through, like, just try to get as many of these medals. I really wish I could exchange these yokai medals for these, like, you know, legendary medallions. But it's not the end of the world, because the thing is that it's not as exciting right now, but, where's my brain at? It's not as, it wasn't as exciting when I last looked, but because hang on, let me get to the thingy-majiggy. Because of this thing, there are people just hanging around in the earlier, zones, just going through the fates, and it's amazing. Because normally, it takes you, like, 10-15 minutes to go through a fate, but because there's, like, a fucking train of level 90s all coming in, even after they get leveled sync, they still have their weapons at, like, a really high quality, and then the next thing you know, the sheer number of warriors and, white mages that are just pulling the enemies, they just wipe them really fast. So it's actually really difficult trying to get to a, it's really difficult trying to get, like, a gold medal in the Fates. And the thing is, like, there's this Lord Emma over here, where they're over in the Stormblood area. This is Sea of Cloud, so Lord Ananta is over in the Heavensward area. Stormblood, Heavensward. Alright. Okay, so Pinnacle Woman is done. The others will be done shortly. But yeah, no, I've got the, So I've got that shit. So that's all the artifact armor. That's the, Metsu shit. But yeah, Paw of the Crimson Cat, Buckler, and Whiskers. And then I've got the I don't know how I got the Gambler's Crown, I'm gonna be real with you. We got the Goblin Cat and the ribbon. And then for some reason I got all this Tonberry outfit shit over here. Fighter, Gallant. There's probably gonna be other stuff I need to, like, put elsewhere. Alright, now all my, NPCs should be done. So, Pinnacle Woman, you will go out fishing again. Don't question what she's wearing, okay? She's just going to the beach. Zabrella, my bunny dime, you going out again. I'm doing all this. I'm doing quick explorations rather than like field explorations because I believe it's with the quick exploration there's a possibility of getting like a treasure thing, so then that way you can get stuff that's normally like in the item mall. Oh, look at this guy leveling up again. Good for you. Alright, moving on. More of the MSQ. Alright, also, Mender. Yes please. And then... repairing shit. No, not repair, distraction, there we go. Nope. Oh, hello. Where is the... Alright, cool. Alright. Krill. Pewter weapon. 530... 520... Ah! I would like to have better gear popping up shortly. Grahata making a pleasant conversation until I barged it. Oh, what the fuck? Hang on, I need to fix that. Shit. There we go. I misclicked something. No one, don't think anything of it, okay? Also, hi there, Night Sky. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Also, I need to adjust my mic. Hang on. That's about... Yep, that's about my face away, so that should be okay. You saw nothing. Ah, you saw nothing. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Montecheg...
Montechain.
Scarlark Montechain and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his... Chew the cud, sorry. I was so... like... Where was my brain at? Chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? I will delete that clip. That will not be featured. Alrighty then. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too. Assuming Alphino can tear him away from his new toys, I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a while. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Excuse me, nose. Alright, what have I... There we go. You got to hang out with Mom already? What? Oh, hi, Sash. How long have you just been, like, waiting there? Just fucking leaning? Having fun? What emote is that? I have to ask, though. I don't know what that emote is, and you use it quite a bit? And it's just like... I've only recently gotten, like, the at ease, which is just this. Lean. Okay, so can I just do it on, like, any random surface, and it will, like... Oh. Or do I have to, like, be up against a wall like this, and then... Oh, I need to unlock it. Okay, well... That's not important. We got shit to do. I am 5 levels away from max. Alrighty, then. Alphino's doing his thing. Alize, what are you doing? Heading out for a stroll? A Scholarch himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the Studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Ooh. May I join too? Do you mind if I also stream? I don't mind if you are streaming this as well. Do you have like content to go through as well? Alright, which way am I going? Sights of the End. Oh, the Studium is up this way. Okay, cool. So, dink. And I can't activate my thingamadooks. Oh, Sash, did you know you can get a rat? Both. You're grinding the Yonkai stuff in the MSQ. Rightio. I used to have a buddy that, you know, because they were here during like the early MSQ of Realm Reborn stuff and helped me with Crystal Tower, they would also like what's-a-mahuzi. After I got up to like Crystal Tower and such, they would hang around in the VC, which was great, but then there would be this thing of they were like nowhere around for my MSQ, and I would just hear them having to deal with their own shit. And it's just like, I have no context for what's going on, because, you know, they were doing their own thing, but it's like there's some details they can't share, because it's MSQ. Why does Sash fear for me? Who the knows? Who knows? Maybe it's because you haven't gotten all the Realm Reborn minions. Here it is! Phenomenon. While I expect you make note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Also, you're kind of depresso right now. Is that why we're going to be hanging around in Final Fantasy XIV? The critically acclaimed MMORPG, complete with a free trial that up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtimes, including the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion and award-winning Stormblood expansion? Slowly but surely, I will remember this off by heart, and it will no longer be a meme. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it is also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. You had a full week of work next year? I just got told that was a mistake and I have none. Okay, that is rude from your employers. That is fucking bullshit. That is terrible. What the fuck? As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of an aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Would love to ask Grant about Loom. Like the food diet thingy-majiggy Loom? No idea what that is. I don't know the meme for that one off by heart. Also, hi there, Jera-B. Welcome to the stream. I would think there would, like, there has to be something in play, like, because they told you that you were going to have a full week, and even if it wasn't, like, something that they rostered on, or maybe it was something that rostered on, I don't know the 100% of your situations, and I don't mean to, like, delve into it too much, because, you know, touchy subject and IRL kind of things, but yeah, there must be, like, something you can do repercussion-wise. As long as they give you 2 days notice, there really isn't much you can do. Ugh. Yeah. Though, with Aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomena was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and studied... Oh my god, this is seriously your alma mater? Hold on. Atheology, the arcane, occult, astronomy, and countless other fields, standing proud as... Charlian's foremost... Hang on a sec, I need other... Get into the Discord. We're all gonna say this together. Alright? Charlian's foremost educational Institute. You're waiting. Oh, okay. You're sitting in the thingy-majiggies. Is other people sitting in the thingy-majiggies? No, it's just you. Hi, Tatsu. Hello? Well, I can't hear you. What's up?
I have push to talk. I forgot I put push to talk, so I didn't. If I was doing shit, it didn't.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Just one of those moments of, I forgot there was a button I needed. But yeah. Hey, Sash. Scrappy killed Velma in the I love how Wild Saber just forgoes all sense of, like, actual TV show decorum and is just like, let's spoil a TV show. I don't care for Velma, don't get me wrong. Like, I already know what happened to like, I already know what happened with the HBO show and such, because, like, we all hated the first season. Second season was coming out, and then there became the whole, like, hey, don't go hate watching this, because media does not have an understanding about sarcasm and anger. They only care about viewership and numbers. You can't provide negative dollars to something. So, yeah. But, yeah, you don't spoil shit next time.
Is there a way to make it so instead of push to talk, it's push to mute?
On the Stream Deck, if you got a Stream Deck, I know there's a Discord button to do, like, push to mute, because I've got that on, like, my thingy, so I can just be like, bing, ba, ba, bing, bong, bing, bong.
I do not have a Stream Deck.
Okay, well, that's gonna be a problem. And excuse the joke, but it was presented as a similar sales pitch in the first Monkey Island game. Oh, okay. Because I know there's like a Noom. That's what I'm thinking of. There's like a food or dietary app called Noom that I know does like the rounds and such. But I don't know. It doesn't have as memey of a line as the Final Fantasy XIV tweet that we got all those years ago. Hi there, Xerix. I'm being socially antisocial. Don't at me. You know what I can do, Sashera? Get shouted out. Look at that. Bam. They were playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'm guessing they were playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Tatsu.
Yes.
I was watching the two of you play, like, one day, and, like, I'm gonna be real. I thought Code and I were, like, little silly, chaotic distractions, but you're still stuck in Act 1, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Like, it's not entirely your fault. I will be real with you, but your team comp is not that great.
Well, we changed Karlak into a cleric.
Why would you do that when you already have Shadowheart?
Because I want Karlak and Sash wants this edgy vampire boy.
Okay.
Also, I figured it out. It's Control-Shift-M.
Control-Shift-M. Okay, nice. And that works while you're in another game?
Let's test it out.
Alrighty then.
It does not.
Yeah, I guess. Darn. But yeah, do you wanna join in with me as we say these four like very like I'm looking at this line and I feel like it's whenever you go to like a person from like QUT or something like that and you're just sort of like, oh, why'd you go to QUT? And they just have to give you this monotone voice of QUT, a university for the real world. So would you like to join in with me for this one? Actually, hang on a sec. I need to do the thingy-majiggies. I need to stream it into the Discord, so then that way you don't have to like constantly look at my face and then maybe deal with the possibility of this thing getting blocked out. You instead get a proper view of the screen, and it's like less of a delay as far as I know.
Okay, so am I just reading that in a monotone voice?
Yep.
Charlian Foremost Educational
Charlian's Foremost Educational Institute. Because Alphino just decided to be like, oh my gosh, a library, and just decides it's like some Harvard alumni reminding me that the existence of the Harvard University predates like England expansionism, imperialism nonsense. And it's like, oh, it's existed before we even learned of the Aztecs and all this other crazy shit. You always did enjoy the grand tour to new students. Indeed. I'd long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same floppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping grounds. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with high honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on.
What I did.
You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do so well enough to graduate with honors. I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. Master debater.
I love what I've done on my chagrin.
What did you do on your stream? Oh yeah, you're streaming as well. Hang on a second. Ding dong. Ding ding dong.
I made
ding,
you
ding.
really big behind me, so it looks like you're just towering over me.
Tatsu. Ah! Let's have a look. Oh, there's me.
You're
My-
just
my
towering
shirt's
over me. It's
backwards.
like, yes. It is. How do I flip it?
You should be able to just... Like... Which browser source is that? Because my shirt should be the right way around.
It is Fuki. It is the reactive.
Yeah, but like... You must have done a transformation on it where it's being flipped... horizontally, sorry.
I didn't do that. I just copy paste the browser link. Is it maybe so we know what it is? Can I flip this?
Yeah, you should be able to. It's a browser source. You just flip the browser source. You just right-click it.
You can just right click it and it flips.
Yeah, so like... So if I go to my scene, and I check out Discord Fugue and I go to group, I can just right-click, it's under transform, and then you go, flip horizontal, and then it just, like, flips it horizontally. But let me flip you black.
I like this knowledge. This knowledge is good knowledge.
There we go. Hey, I look proper. The letters are in the right way around. That's good. That's good.
No one ever taught me this.
A lot of this is like you learn as you go along, unless you have a team of people that can, you know, deal with you for like a long-term deal with you, like an IT team.
I get you.
So,
the
yeah.
only person I have that's able to Sash. Sash babysits me.
Oh, Sash has been doing a good job then.
Ox has been doing a lot of stuff. Like they made my, all my, what do you call them? Overlays.
Okay. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend Alphino Levilu began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scarlark Montechain. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. So yeah. Alrighty. Oh, hello, there's Zarex, there's... Why are you... Sash. Why are you warrior? Why are you in warrior? I'm supposed to be the warrior.
Sash is just trying to be scary.
Hang on. What do you mean, invalid target? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Can't provoke.
Because that's annoying. Because I have it so it automatically pulls up my umbrella when it's raining. I couldn't actually use my abilities to hit the thing, so I didn't get no tokens.
Yeah, I've turned off that in my fashion accessories because it was kind of annoying me when I was going in and out of in and out of the mounts. So I've had to like right click and disable that.
I just missed out on it. Could have been the legendary token. I needed that fame, but no, I didn't get to do it.
But yeah, Sash still hasn't explained why she's a warrior. This is my stream. I'm meant to be the warrior. I only know tank classes.
This is why I'm trying to learn healer, because I only black mage.
that is a noble goal. That was Alphino Levi-Lu, wasn't it? The Alphino Levi-Lu? And he's with his sister and Master Balsadon's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh my god, it's just like fucking high school. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? He could be anywhere, but Miss Alafar should have a better idea. You got your new axe. Oh, okay, so she got a new axe today, is why. Oh, would you look at that? Alphino's getting fucking surrounded by teenagers. I assure you, I'll tell you about it all after my business with the Scholark has concluded. Yep, the students are just being absolute dicks. Alright. This ways. What is the fucking point of this hallway? Stupid. Why are schools, like, built like this? Ulrich.
Hey, I got one of the medals.
Congrats.
I student number 7.
Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner, fresh off the guild ship, I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Seeker's Meet. Let me start with this question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal here at Seeker's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pagia this, tongue of giant toad that. It's enough to make your hand stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I beg your pudding? Pudding? What? Pudding? You read? See that? I beg your pudding? They have pardon, don't they? Like, this isn't like, oh, malms or gills. This is like...
It's not pudding, it's pudding.
Pudding.
The dessert.
I beg your pudding. Look, you're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it, you've never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curos, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ah, in the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholarly has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it.
Can I just say I love how unorganized that company is?
Like, look at this. Also, hang on. Alright, so yeah, Boric. I see the name Boric, and it makes me think of, Boldrick from the Blackadder series. Oh, cool, I'm talking to a student. Yeah, yes, the scholar was here a while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. God, so many running around in this darn school. Oh, you just knew he would be here, did you, Sash? Using your phone in class. I saw you. You were using your phone in class. You were breaking the rules! I have not met a school that doesn't allow you to use your phone in class. Look at her trying to give me a 1,000-yard stare to try and, you know, make it seem like as if I didn't see her using her tablet just a minute ago.
Sash, you're not allowed phones in school. It's illegal.
Yeah.
Like, my school used to make you turn your phones off.
There it is! There it is! She's using her phone again! She's using her phone again! There, see?
Sash, I'm gonna
Look at her.
tell on you.
She's using her fucking phone. Hi.
I'm gonna tell
Caught
on you,
you.
Sash.
I caught you red-handed. I just realized I'm literally standing right on top of her. I'm just like, caught you. Montachain. Here we go.
Ah, I remember you.
Hi. I kind of remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Vibe into the fucking gyms.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always
So how was your
believed
day
that
today,
curiosity
Grant?
should be nurtured, not stifled.
Fairly good.
Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed.
I'm just going through
A
a cutscene
slender
right now,
majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
Old people.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Why you wink me? Old man, that does not insinuate things that I would like you insinuating.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
They're doing like a Noah's Ark project, I feel.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Oh, Joy, are we actually going to be taking a seat for this one, or are we just going to skip into... Hi there, Sir Dragon! Oh, hi there, Valkyrie! Welcome to the stream!
Ooh, Valkyrie, hi Valkyrie!
Hi.
Tatsu.
Yep, there I am, sitting down. I'm sorry, you can just conjure this shit up? This is some Disney nonsense right here. Damn good himbo rating.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Wait. So the memory, the soul, and the corporeal ether, I imagine, is the third. Wait, no. It's not magic. I feel like magic is way too broad. I want to say it's the corporeal ether, because this sounds very similar to the problem we were getting in the... What the fuck is going off in the, No, don't skip the... How do I get my settings? Because I need to, like, stop the FC, like, chat.
Oh, sorry, it's me and Sash talking because apparently Sash can see Dazzy.
Yeah, cool. Alright. I'm gonna say corporeal aether, because it sounds similar to the issues we were having in Shadowbringers when trying to go back from the first back to the source.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Way, Grant. This is going faster than I thought it would.
Similar to the what's-a-mahoozy stuff that was going off earlier, the tempering.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Similar to...
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
The thingy did you get
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Wait, are we gonna get an explanation for that here?
To this day, we have yet to determine.
Oh, also, Grant, you know how you were saying about the mounts for the event?
I have not heard a thing you just said then, sorry.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Yeah, but the memories are applied to the soul, so how does it know which parts of the memory to remove?
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Okay, so the problem I raised is still happening.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Some of these
Both theories have their
yeah,
proponents.
Sash.
Personally, I consider each equally probable.
But yeah, like, the one theory I have with the whole, like, oh yeah, because of, you know, being returned to the ethereal
Well, I
sea.
think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
You're giving me food for thought, not a banquet. I have a hearty stomach. But yeah, like, because of what he mentioned... Hang on, let me just... no, not skip the cutscene. Just disable the audio advance. Because of that mention of, like, oh yeah, like, when you return to the ethereal sea, then, like, the stuff that does the whole memory blotching thing goes away, but...
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Because the process removes the memories on the soul as well, because, you know, cleansing the soul and what have you, but then there's the theory of, like, there are some, like, memories that are just ingrained into the soul. I reckon that is talking, and it takes a little bit of real-world exemplar to do this. It's talking about events that are, like, very, very important to a person, and the way they're important is because there's an emotional investment to it. This is going to have, like, a little bit of, like, real-world implications and what have you, but our emotions, either during the events or in regards to the event, influence how we remember it. And granted, warning, trauma stuff. So, for example, things such as assaults, domestic abuse, and what have you, those are memories that have, like, a lot of emotional turmoil associated with them. And so even if you, like, try and move on from these events and such and aren't, you know, explicitly in that same environment, you can still get, like, an emotional response that goes all the way back to that memory because it's tied emotionally to you. And one of the ways that they have victims try and, like, move on from this kind of abuse and what have you in the memory is they'll do this, like, sort of drug thingy-majiggy where it's to remove an emotional attachment with that memory. Because if there is no emotion attached to the memory, then the memory, you know, it fades and is basically nothing. So I reckon that's a little bit of what they're talking, because they talked about the corporeal aether, they talked about the soul and the memories, but I reckon that there's this fourth element to our to all this stuff, which is actually like the emotions. And I reckon like that's why we have the flowers that are like able to recognize emotions and such like that. Is like it's sort of to clue you in that like that's what, you know, has us keep like some memories like after like reincarnation or what have you. It's why the Asians have like the unsundered and the sundered souls with them, is because the events of the final days would most likely have been like a huge traumatic event to them and would awaken the Asians in whichever reincarnation and what have you. Hence why there's I think a possibility that we might have a fragment of an Asian or something inside us. I don't know. That's where I start getting into like I'm probably doing a huge leap in logic because of the whole like, you know, us being familiar to Emmett Selch and him like thinking that there's someone like soul fragment wise within us. Back at the first, when a certain Asian started creating illusions of the starfall. Oh yeah, and with that event, it opened us up to the Echo. So, that's it, because it was like, because you're able to use the memory, because it used the memories of different warriors of light across the different, like, shards and what have you. They were able to be brought in and such like that, so.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
That's what I said about the Asians with the final days. So, like, why the sundered and the unsundered,
I suggest
like,
you
retain
speak
it.
with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits.
Look at Sash being antisocial, but sticking around in this chat and almost ready to pipe up against Dazzy in the FC chat. All right, I need to figure out how to change my chat settings, so then that way I don't get a ping on like FC messages and what have you. You have been granted the run of Phenon. If you are game, Quill will put you to use. Dazzy's the one being the gremlin. Yep, and he is nowhere to be seen.
Just not to be Dazzy, huh?
Hang on a sec. So, character configurations, log, enable lip sync.
Black clues.
Gonna remove the profanity filter. Apply. Alright, so general. Oh, notification sounds. Here we go. So turn off for the free company. Emotes to sew aligns. Link shells, novels. Alright, apply. There we go. Now I won't get notification noises from the what's-mahoozies. Alright, where is Dazzy? Did he just, like, fucking run off back to Palace of the Dead because he has no clue how to go through this game anymore?
All he knows is Palace of the Dead.
All he does is Palace of the Dead. Alright, Krill, hello. Ding dong. Given me much to mull over, I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and mysteries of the thing. They're making a Noah's Ark situation. I just know it. Oh, look at you being a fucking scholar. Look at you being a bookworm at a school. At a school. Nerd. Hang on. Hi there, Jason. You got a spare from a failed run on Orthos? Wait, what did you get from a failed run on? Cookie for Jason. So you got Black Hayate? I am doing A-OKs. I am alive. I am well. Alright, hang on. Let me just double check my Alright, cool. 15 minutes. Scripts, merchants, and vendors. Alright, so you can go over here. Oh, you are the Paladin Arms. So 525, 515, 11, and... Alright, I'll get 11 as well, because I can desynth that one. So, because I'm pretty sure I don't have the Byaku Paladin Arms. I'm pretty sure I don't. So... And then I can desynthesize the... What was it? Thunderstorm. There we go. So... Oh, maybe I already have this. Hang on a second. Nope. Where is it? So... Armory. Alright, cool. And then... Okay, why can't I just... Oh my god, this game. This game wants me to be very monstrous, doesn't it? Alright, cool. So that's out of the way. Nice, nice. Oh, now I can right-click it. Alright, so if I search for this item... Oh, it's already in my glamour chest. Okay, cool. So, desynthesize that. And... desynthesize... that one. Yeah, so this... Wait, does it get rid of the shield? Search for the item... Yep, cool, so that's still in my glamour. Is knocked in my glamour chest. No, it isn't. Okay, so I'll have to put knocked away when I have a chance. So, ding, dong. There we go, ding. Sort. Moving on. Much edge, many wow.
Much edge.
Oh, probably because of Zarek's now being a ninja. Where's it want to go? Okay, so it wants me.
Just trying to find where everyone is.
We are over at the... Where are you compared to where we are? Like...
I am currently at the top middle.
Oh, okay. I'm entering the main hall of, like, the annex. Because, yeah.
Hi, Pox. Yeah, there's a big grand he'll get me from behind, apparently.
While you are away, I received word from the fellow Scions. Oh my god, I forgot the auto-attacks was on. As expected, news of the warding scale... Do you want me to mute myself so then that way people aren't getting, like, dialogue going off into your stream?
Fine.
Okay. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So, the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Astidian? He's just like...
Sash. Do I
Oh, dragon scales, because these are the things that can help combat against the whatsamahoozy thingy madiggies, the primal, like, indoctrination thing, the gaslighting. I know what it is, I just forget the word for it. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vertra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Look, I'm not wrong, Sash. It is very it's just very accurately gaslighting, because you know what it sounds like? It sounds like cult leaders summoning a god with magic, but it's not actually their god, but because it's magic, who the fuck cares? And so what ends up happening is they're just sort of like, pew, 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 pew. I am your god. Pew, 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 pew. You must listen to no one. Pew, 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 pew. That's probably not how how gaslighting actually works, but I'm very thankful that I'm not in, like, an abusive relationship or anything like that, where so then that way I can keep this very simplified thought of gaslighting is pew, 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 pew. You don't have any friends. Pew, 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 pew. This one true god is your only god. Hi there, Gyro. Hi there, Raven. You must listen to no one but me. Yeah, exactly. Gaslighting. Alright. Are you coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's great, watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share.
Dazzy.
Where's Dazzy?
Dazzy.
You found him?
Found him.
Okay, hang on.
Found him.
I now need to... Now comes the point where I now have to stream snipe Tatsu as they are keeping an eye on Dazzers. The tide's about to turn. I can feel it. Tolim Solo Minsa. We're going back to, like, the best opening city. You heard me. The best opening city is Limsa Lominsa. Keeping an eye. Where did he...
No, I missed the jump.
What do you... Oh my... Oh no. Okay, hang on a second. Throw him in gaslight. Okay, I think I know where I need to go. You're not having a great time chasing after Dazarus, are you?
Oh, he's trapped himself in a corner now. He's still
Uh,
pulling away.
Hang on, I'm going to need to... Where is... Invite to party.
He doesn't pull it away, he's gone.
Alright, hang on, I need to... Okay, so you're... What?
He's gone.
Oh, he's
teleported
gone?
away. He's in the party now.
I love...
so
I find it hilarious that, like, I sent him the fucking invite. And he accepted it, like the fool that he is.
So great.
Yep.
I have to ask you if this is Kingdom Hearts enough outfit.
If this is what? Kingdom Hearts? What? Oh, there's your outfit. It does feel Kingdom Hearts.
How was your day?
It's the weapon. I saw the weapon and I was just like,
My day has been good. Where the fuck is Mare Lamentorum? I probably can't get there now, can I?
Mare Lamentorum?
Thank you, Sashera, for clipping my like, you know, ridiculous idea of this is gaslighting. Alright, so we gotta head back to Lenosha, and I get to be a cheeky bugger by just using my return. What do I sound like when I'm doing the gaslighting?
What's my actual Black Mage Glam now? I've lost my actual Black Mage Glam.
Kukan.
It's a terrible day this day.
Oh, hi, Xerx. Thank you so much for clipping that, Sash. I will make that a featured clip. Pew 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 pew. I hit your car.
Alright.
Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present The Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let me in. I am not afraid of any of them. One of them is a little bean person, the other's a tree hugger, but the third one, granted, is a very powerful admiral, and we give our utmost respect, and I shall do so as captain. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful. A pleasantry surprise to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked into a war of attrition.
Emotional, damn it.
Hi there, furry cures. And once again, little Incineroar sniffing my butt. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales of our ability to utilize our potential to the fullest. Oh my god, Namuno, like, just reading that aloud has actually hurt my brain.
God damn.
So, you didn't have a plan. You were waiting on me to give you something. In this case, the warding scales. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Isambard contingent. Ah? To think such progress has been made in such sort of a plan. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and citizens have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophoroi every whim without question. They too are villains. It is our duty to deliver from them their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. Well, technically speaking, it would also be for strategic gain, because you are actually healing the Garlemolds, and what's more, would be used as a really great political tool to try and, like, start a civil war and have a little more people looking for you to go into Garlemold and do more than just, you know, helping them. You know, what people want with America in, like, World War I and World War II.
It's funny, Grant. Desi tried to run away from me, but because I'm a black mage and he's now in my party, I can just fly to him at any point. But I also had to stop for a look at, so we got away.
Hi there, Popcat. I don't know what my falsetto is. Is falsetto the Nomino talking? This little bean? This fucking tragedy of a queen sultana thing? Like, this is late stage capitalism in Britain kind of problems. Like, she does not have control of her well, she doesn't even have a parliament. What she is she's just this tiny princess who doesn't know how to run her country, and so she just gets a syndicate, and rather than the syndicate being elected officials, the syndicate is just, oh, You're the richest people in town. There must be a reason for this. The people must surely listen to the richest people in town, despite the fact that the richest people in town are filled with the equivalency of Elon Musk to fucking twirly mustache big oil companies. And the one time she might have been able to do something proper, like, I don't know, set up a real parliament with elected officials from the districts, she gets poisoned. Like, and it's like, how the fuck have you been a sultana for this long without someone taste testing nearly everything you dine on and without any heightened levels of security? Like, holy shit.
I feel like Dazzy is purposely teleporting for mindset about 3 hours as soon as I make it to the window.
You know, don't worry about chasing him after too long. He's in our party. We'll know where he is and what have you, so... Worst case scenario, he'll just fuck off and go into the Palace of the Dead. Or better case scenario, he'll actually join in with us and, you know, play in a dungeon. Won't that be great? Why are you bullying Namino?
Dazzy doing actual content?
This is a... Okay, granted... she might not have done anything explicitly wrong compared to a lot of the other Lalafels in Ul'dah, but she's fucking royalty. Like, look at this fucking sultana in her pumpy dress as she leads a nation, but doesn't actually lead it. She instead leaves it to a syndicate of rich people. She is a fucking useless, like, puppet. She's like the Earth King during the Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not Legend of Korra, because that Earth Queen, you know, she was doing shit. Granted, she was evil, but, you know, we could falter.
Like Booby?
But, like, meanwhile, this girl right here, just, brah.
Booby is a good lad. We love
The
Booby.
poison could have been added after it was taste edited, or the taste tester was also bought. Either way, the mere mention of, like, elected officials and shit, and it's like, oh, she gets poisoned one time, and I'm pretty sure we have not had any other things going off in Ul'dah. Now, don't get me wrong, Limsa Lominsa has some problems. We just went through, like, a fucking sequence where pirates were trying to, like, you know, not follow the rules of Ul'dah with the whole Garlemald embargo. But you know what Our Lady did? You know what our Admiral did? She got on the fucking case, she called out the fucking leader's bluff and said, you ain't nothing but a second-in-command with a third-rate strat. The Syndicate shows they're willing to do anything to remain in control. Yeah, and they don't get challenged often. They are unchallenged so often. Yeah, I hate it. Anywhoosies. So yeah, I've done her high-pitched voice.
You know what it would be even
I
funnier?
do not ask
Really?
that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. She's a fuck. If she's an expert at anything, it's forgiving and forgetting.
You know what would be even funnier, Grant?
Sorry?
You know what would be even funnier?
What would be even
You
funnier?
give it the deepest voice you can think possible.
I can't. I'm doing the best that I can right now without going into voice mod and changing all the voice settings I have.
Understandable.
I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. For without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end.
Aye, and on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reasons to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's to get to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Talafaroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation.
This would appear to be sustained by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than it is required for this task alone.
The excess of ethereal remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It would surprise me in the least if it were being redirected to the largest spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring the schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabad contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Oh my goodness. Am I going to join in and help the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance? What will I choose? It's going to be very easily going to be doing it for the I'm going to do it. It's that simple, but you know, bam. For the people who got it. For honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and we are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once we have delivered the warding scales to Almanigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabad. Raban and Lord Amaric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothes, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Fucking amazing in music right here.
Don't mind me, as I don't have any low gear, so I'm currently a naked class.
You're gonna be buying winter gear, is that it?
No, I have no gear for my current class. I unlocked.
Oh, the Marauder.
Yes,
you need to always keep level 1 gear on you.
Do you want to see my armor gear, my armor things?
No, I'm good. Alright,
35, 35, 35, 35, 35. They're all max.
They're all max. Alright, so, I need to head now to the Alamigan Quarter. Ding dong. Oh, I accidentally interrupted it. Hang on. Well, Sashera is like coordinating in the FC, you know, just in case I have to break away. But yeah, I retain the opinion that the best city-state is Limsa-Lominsa.
I like Ul'dah, but I don't know why I like Ul'dah, but I think it's because of the big man with one arm.
That's like...
Roban, I think his name is.
That's like liking the United States for the 4 faces on Mount Rushmore. There's far better reasons, but there's also so many counters to your option. Sup, Raban. Ah, the Wanderer returns. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Oh, it wasn't Alphino that said that. God damn it. Will you and Lord Amaric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Isambard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Oh, wow. I'm sure you'll be fine. Like, you've been able to take on religious zealots and end a 100-year war. Can't please them all. Sadly, no. Though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than my blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Isambard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. Oh my god, it's him! Gaius, I literally forgot him. I keep forgetting because he doesn't have his mask on.
It's Gaia, the Fierce Nine!
The wolf, or whatever he's called.
Yeah.
The last time he went in at opposition, he got stabbed in a back alley. I honestly forgot that. That was Heaven's War. That was a long time ago. Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So, you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Toloforoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Isambard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Hi there, Thorin. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a forger legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Yep, another pewter. How's it going, Thorin? Can we get a shout out for Thorin the Bull, please? Thorin the Bull was like one of the first peeps that helped me out in the Final Fantasy series way back when. Way back when I was in A Realm Reborn and went through Crystal. It was them, Savage, and Code that helped me go through the Crystal Tower because that was seen as a, you know, a required raid to go through before I could get into Heaven's Ward. Thank you, Jason.
It's actually, it's, Endwalker that you need it for. Endwalker? Shadowbreeder, that one.
No. It made a mention of Crystal Tower, I think, before getting to Heaven's Ward. Because it's unlocked in A Realm Reborn. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. The other members of the Isambard contingent are gathering in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. So yeah, I had a lot of fun in the Shadowbringers expansion personally, Thorin. It was up there for me, so so far I'm having a fairly good time with this one. It's giving me a little bit of insight into like a little more of the stuff, and I'm like once again doing the whole how long I'm going to be streaming? Probably only for like the standard 3 hours personally. But yeah, I've gotten like a few theories in my brain now because of like some of the chats they've had about like, oh, the like in aetherology you have the soul, you have the memories, and the ethereal contingent, or the corporeal aether, sorry, not the contingent, the corporeal aether. And so I have the theory that like emotion ties very strongly into the aether nonsense, because there's the theory that some memories get engraved into the soul, which I believe is taking a real-world example that emotions help keep our memories, and like, you know, the stronger the memory, then the more emotion that's involved in it, and that there can be a reciprocal cycle of the emotion painting how the memory is recalled. In order to get into Shadowbringer, everyone has to complete Cycris Tower. Righto. Ah, the remaining members of the Scion. Your friends and most of the Isabar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please.
I swear it never used to be like that. I swear you could just skip it.
As far as I know, when it was just the Shadowbringers expansion was out,
By the 12.
and even when there was patch content being released, you didn't have to go through the Crystal Tower stuff. But
yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I swear I had to go through the Crystal Tower. That was an actual thing I had to do before I could enter into the Heaven's Ward expansion.
They might have updated it once Shadowbringers come out to be like, hey, you have to do this. This is story stuff now. You have to do this.
Yeah, because there was like a number of people that didn't know who the fuck Grahatia was in Shadowbringers when it came out, because they were like, huh? Because I will be real with you, like, the only reason I remember Grahatia is because he pops up in Dawn Trail trailers.
Yeah.
On initial release of Shadowbringers, it wasn't mandatory. They made the change later on. Yeah. So it took me a while to go through Shadowbringer. Sorry, not Shadowbringers. It took me a while to go through A Realm Reborn. That was like 3 years ago, around this time. And I remember going through multiple of the castrums, like back when we had like the full party. So like you had the Praetorium and like a few other things prior to the Praetorium, and then you had the ultimate weapon. So yeah, there was a lot. Holy shit, that's our contingent? Oh, there's Lalafels. Amazing.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Oh hey, it's your Stola. It's Sash's mom.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals
How have I not
assembled
seen
for a single
Shashara
purpose.
dressed up like this?
We fight not only for the
You
sake
can
of
technically
Eorzea,
buy her
but for
outfit
the
at the
entire
Bloom Station.
world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
I remember she was like a spy for the Garlemalds.
Lucia.
But then she like defected.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of
Hi, Deaconess.
Ishgard's representative. Now, for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us.
Thank
but
you for the
walk
head
it we
patch,
shall,
Deaconess.
together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Oh yeah, the one with the roundhouse kick during the
Allow me to introduce you to
Castrum.
the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Oh, Lalafels. Oh, and it's one of the Elder Seers someones. I forgot their name.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna,
fucking
spokesman for the
protagonist
Gridanian
over
delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
With some hentai?
We shall provide
Look
support
at his haircut.
and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
That is some hentai harem protagonist.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Aye.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Yeah, because you have so much to make up for in your little
Of course, if
attempt
I'd
at breaking
refused, I'd be the
rules.
laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Why do I feel like this is like the portals opening in Avengers? Everyone here is just sort of like, oh, that's the dude from this quest line. Oh my god, Black Mage is here. There's the gay bard and his boyfriend. I have no clue who half these people are. Sicard, I nearly forgot, despite the fact we just dealt with him all the way back in the Shadowbringers patch content. Like, I do not remember this Marauder up here in the top right here.
That whole part is literally just like, hey, look, it's all the people throughout all the other thing, all the rest of the game. You know these people.
You know these people, right,
know
Grant? You recognize these people?
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you
Did this
me.
come out before? It came out after Endgame, like a long time after.
Well, you're
Endgame,
certainly
in
raring
review.
to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a
This is
path
why
for
I
us to
don't
follow.
recognize anyone.
That's where
Yunsum
we come in.
Makura. It's,
Naturally,
as you
Master
said, it's the
Tarabel
gathering
and
of the
I will
most
be leading
prominent
from the front.
queers. I don't keep an eye on the queer scene, unfortunately. That's probably why.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction?
Oh yeah, she's a black mage, isn't she?
Who is? Y'shtola?
With
Yeah,
comrades
Y'shtola.
like these,
Sorry,
I know
I knew
we'll
exactly what.
succeed,
It's
no
just
matter what awaits us.
brain just decided to be like Master Matoya, and I'm like, nope, not Master
And
Matoya. The
then we
woman
might
right in
finally
front
get
of
a
me
chance
right
to enjoy
now.
A good long rest. But until then,
Well, technically
let's give it
speaking,
our
they
all.
do call her Master Matoya.
But I don't like. There's
As for
there's
Ishgard,
the
we
there's the
Temple Knights
Maelstrom.
have come
He's
in
like, good
force
for
to
you.
uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our
But,
allies.
yeah, I don't know where
Bitter
my
cold of
where
Garlemald
my
is a
tank
formidable
and my-
enemy in of itself.
and all my
Our
different like job
experience
classes
fighting in
are.
ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
Like, how is Curious
Accordingly, I have been
George not
designated
here?
commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
$5 says Grant says.
The four
"Who's
high
that?" to
houses,
royalty
House
twat.
Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Okay, you're gonna need to like.
Their knowledge of
You're
Imperial
gonna need to send a
magitech is sure to be
message
a
to
great
Dazzy
boon.
saying
They will
who
address
this
any
royalist
problems of
twat
technical
is.
nature
Okay,
together with
so
the
then that way I
smiths
can
of
confirm
Limson
with
and
them
Midsa.
afterwards.
There is another awaiting introduction.
It's our boy,
Lord Emonelaine.
Yay! I knew him. I recognize our boy.
Emonelaine de Forton, at your service.
The four Toms.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become
Look,
a fearsome warrior while you were
Okay,
away.
first off, he's not a full twat, okay? He's gotten better, alright?
Decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
He means well, okay?
But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing,
Okay, never
I
mind.
would be
There
your
is still
twinkle-toed
there's
gentleman
still a little
of
bit of twattiness. There's a little bit just then. I forgot about that little point there. But come on, I knew exactly who that was. I just forget his like first name. I recognize him because it's like he's from Hotchafont's family. Hotchafont. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would
They
that be the
wouldn't do
Shinobi
that
of
to
Doma?
us. They wouldn't kill another
Actually,
Fortex.
they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way!
Oh, is it?
Preening fool!
Is it them? Is it the two? Oh, yep. I beat her so many. Oh, yeah, and there's the leader of the steps. There's our girl. Yes.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
We helped her. Her clan is like the
Cyrena,
leaders.
and you've brought company.
For battle
There's the
and blood we
moon.
come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked.
Did you just see? Did you just see the guy in the top right? He just shrugged as Saudu just like whipped out her staff.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many
Still
tales of
hate
your
the
bravery.
Ballsjust story.
We welcome you
I
as
have
allies.
yet to go through
And these other ones you
the
have
Ballsjust
brought
story yet. You don't. No. I remember.
Of the
Rabbit girls.
Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Rabbit girls.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Them.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
I'm still here.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire.
That's how
I would
most of
never
the
presume to
alliances-
question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Yeah, understandable.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing
yeah,
what we've seen,
there's the dude right
fighting
there.
and working against
He
and with
he
Guardians,
tried to, you
there's
know,
no denying the
swoon
simple truth.
Y'shtola, and Y'shtola was just sort of like,
They're just people.
you're a fucking child.
No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
Oh my goodness, it's as if...
Fordola, who once
What's the name of
swore
that woman?
herself
The
to
one with the
Garlemald,
false,
has proven
echo
herself a trusted
inside her.
ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma.
And then his buddy just
So
decided
you can
to, like,
believe
ruin all
me when
those
I
plans
say
'cause
that
he had a
every
hard-on for
fighter here
Xenos.
understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined
There's
to
a
make
black
this world
mage
a
in
better
the
place.
left corner that's just standing there just like, ready.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey.
Didn't we have like an alliance raid
However,
with like a whole
attempting
heap
to
of
fly
pirates?
any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make count
the 2D
in positions where we can easily defend ourselves.
Over here.
And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Oh my god, the line on the like, far left does not look like it had a good customization. But yeah, I didn't recognize the first half, but I recognized the second half, okay? I recognize Magni, Sadu, and Serena. I didn't remember their names. Rostic popped up briefly in the end of the Gunbreaker, like, questline after the Shadowbringer stuff. I recognized Emma over here. I'm just gonna call... I know it's your dude, but Emma for short. I can't remember how to pronounce your name. Yeah, Magna. Alrighty. Alrighty, Y'shtola.
I'm back. Hello, everyone.
Welcome back. Rostic is also in the Bozja, in case you were wondering. I do need to go through the Bozja. There's a number of side stuff that from Shadowbringers that I have not engaged in. I've just gone straight into Endwalker. Actually, there's nothing from Shadowbringers side content either. I've basically skipped Shadowbringers and Stormblood side content in order to get to Endwalker. Besides the delegate... Sorry?
Sorry. I was gonna say I got up because I smelled something yummy, and it turns out my brother was cooking him and my dad toasties, but not me.
Ah. Alrighty then.
So I made myself sandwich.
Sandwich sounds good. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to the physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Isabad. They would also provide tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We shall have to suffice ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yeah, because I've got the Ruby Dooms, like this quest line here. You're talking about this one here where you go through like the Cinder Drift and shit? I think that one does all the Gaia's stuff. I've got a City Fallen, which is, I believe this is what starts the Bozja stuff. And then I've got One Fell Swoop, which is a little more of the other stuff. Alrighty, Lucia. Warding scales, here you go. 1 warding scale for you. Do not care what you have to say. Warding scale, here you go. Yeah, Eden. There's a lot of content I need to go through. I might make... It's tempting to make like a second stream in the week, rather than going into brand new games or anything like that, but to just go through like side content I've skipped over in Final Fantasy XIV. That way I keep the Saturday as like the main quest line, but then I give myself the opportunity, say on Tuesday, for instance, to go through like Alliance raids and what have you. Serena, what are you gonna say? We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Hope I have done these words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while we could not be here, he wishes to express his shared conviction. Yep, cool. Sounds good. And Maxima, here you go. I forgot. Sorry, I missed you. Dun, 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 dun. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he has spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put a finer point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? Oh my god! Is it Tatsu? Ah, yes. You epitomize late-stage capitalism in Undal, Tataru. I hope you understand this. Mwahaha. I have my ways. Yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Isabad without telling me? Hi there, Sage. Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. What is her outfit? Is she like a crafter, or is she back to summoning gear? I think she's crafting gear. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You'd never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Hi there, Davy boy. She's a crafter, that's how she makes all the money. Fair enough, Z's. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Bloomwind have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Azorzia. Since you'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Krill company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argmus and Bloomwood did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying in comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stone, we're nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because I know someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyways, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. She probably could, let's be real. If she wasn't with us, she'd be rising through the ranks of the Syndicate. Here are your winter woolies, crafted by yours truly. Alright, we have a coat we have to, glamour onto our chest piece. Now, the first question is, where is the rest of the woolly stuff? Are we just getting the coat? Is that it? Woo! Level up. Oh, what's this one?
Yes, it is just the coat.
What's the OE something or other? I don't see it in my thing. Where are you? Deliver an attack with a potency of 150 to all nearby. Shares a timer with upheaval. Ah, okay, so... I am going to need to change this around in a while. Alrighty. I need... Hi there, Sash. I need a set of quarters to, Where's a nearby lodging? Because I've got this North Sea coat, but... Unless... Can I just be a... Nice, okay, Where is it? Lol, I just need one glamour prism. I have a total of 16 of them. There we go. Does this count as winter gear? Maybe in Australia, but if they're giving me this, you know, try to have, like, a little more. Dink dunk. Maybe no. New Gridania, not all the way. So yeah, as far as I know, Sash should have this coat. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retrain her composure, and she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. I swear to Christ, if it's Sid... Oh, no, it's just a normal pilot. Never mind. Alright. This is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you?
Yeah, I have like a big gray blob at the bottom of your screen that no one can read the text.
That's, yeah, because of the little, like, thingy-majiggy going. It'll go away in, like, 40 seconds. Company is committed to the success of the expedition. Resources are at disposal. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Hi there, Bookie. Please know that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Okay. Damn it. Well, I gotta walk. Damn it. You know what I should have done? I should have gone to the bathroom during the cutscene. Because they're like, oh, several cutscenes is gonna play. And it's like, damn it. There was an advertisement going off like just a few seconds ago. Hi there, Sage. The temptation to be like, let me just hit another 3-minute advertisement as I go to the bathroom and get a new thingy. You played some DayZ. It's nighttime, so we're waiting an hour till it's daylight.
Hello.
Hello, Sage. Ah. Hang on. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for a quick piss, and then hang on. I'm gonna promote Sarah as the party leader. Why am I unable to... Hang on. Dink. Promote. There we go. Then I leave.
Hello.
And then I'm just gonna really quickly get a new fizzy bottle, piss, and then I should be back. I will require your help, Tatsu, to entertain my viewers.
Luckily, I just finished my sandwich, so I can see I'm muted.
Nice.
At Narrowwald, my sandwich was salami, ham,
Oh my
onion,
god,
and
look at
tomato.
the size of her tits. Nice.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking
What's
sword?
Grant doing in this clip?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
Shoved through your chest.
He's finding a big demon, mommy. That's pretty good.
Focused on murdering her.
Look at the titties.
Grant, stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
It was very yummy, by the way.
I mean, yes, but I don't
It was very
focus on the
yummy.
titties as someone who wants to fucking...
And now I have to keep Grant shut up so I can keep them entertained.
The fuck am I going? This way. Cool.
We all have the same brain cell.
I should have muted for that one.
So how's
Did
Grant's
that
chat
even get
doing?
through on
How
the
we
mic?
doing?
Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can have that system. I think everyone was like really
Together
close.
we will make a
only
brain.
because
It's true.
Rudy, stop
If
it!
all of us combine into one beam, we can make a tiny brain. Also, is Grant playing Forza? Grant's playing Forza in that clip, damn.
250
I don't
kilometers in
play
any
Forza,
German
but
vehicle.
maybe I
20
should get the
air
new
skills in any
Forza and
Volkswagen
play
buggy.
that.
Drag race in a German super saloon. Any German vehicle.
But yeah, it looks like my next week plans have been cancelled, and now I'm just gonna stream all of it.
Yeah, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
Ow. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Alright, let's...
They're telling you to go piss, girl.
Thank you, Sage. I did go piss. But I pissed like a
Hey, Grant.
man. Like a manly man.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, what's up?
You're a manly man, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a manly man.
That's my shirt.
No! No! That's not a manly... How dare you? That's shit. Darn. Alright. Ding, 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 ding. Ba, 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 ba. Alrighty, I am now proceeding into the fight.
Hey,
it's like a man sitting down. Okay,
But unnamed, I do sit pissing down. Is that a bad thing? I sit down while pissing, that's what I meant to say, not sit pissing down.
I sit pissing down.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast...
there's more Emmett Selk talking.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot?
Why is there a fly? Why is there a Godzilla in the top right? Did you see that, chat? There was a Godzilla, like, imagery in the top right of that map.
What level was that area? I forgot what level that
On the
area
outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Emmett Salt, the unsung hero. We love Emmett Salt.
Mm-hmm.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Hang on a second. I need to find something. There we go. Okay, cool. If you wanna have like way more fan service that Thorin, either cheering 8,008 bits or 600 bits. One of them is funnier.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
The furry meme where he throws a thunderbolt. You mean Zeus, right? You're that furry meme. I've seen the furry meme you're talking about. You're talking about the opening of Hercules. Okay, sit down.
I was about to
sit down. This is not a furry thing. This has earlier connotations. Thank you very much. You're talking about a depiction of Godzilla in the opening of the Hercules Disney, where it brings you like at the scene where the muses go, and then along came Zeus, he hurled his thunderbolt. Like that scene there where it shows Zeus parting the clouds, grabbing a lightning and throwing it at the Titans, that's from Hercules. And then someone decided to go and put Godzilla in there, which makes total sense. I love it. And now everyone is memeing on the original inspiration.
I love Hercules. That's my favorite animated movie.
It's a good animated movie. Danny DeVito, good job.
Danny DeVito did a great job as the fucking Santa.
The funny thing is that the times when Phil is saying like 2 words, when he does like that 2 words, I am retired. It's like, oh, in the original Greek, it is 2 words.
Yeah.
So there's like times where he's just like, oh yeah, 2 words, and it's like actually 2 words in the Greek. But yeah, I would love a piece of my zebra, like a piece of art of the zebra doing like the, and along came Zeus, like having that, but you know, I'm not an artiste. I can't do the fancies. Isn't 8,000 bits like $80? Yes, that's why there's like the second option, which is like 600 bits. So your options are, or 600, so it's one of those two.
You see, it's funny because the Sworded shield that we get for the yokai event remind me of Hercules.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that.
Oh, wait, this is voice.
Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
Damn, that's a crazy looking gun.
From what I recall,
Can't wait
the
to get
3rd
that
Legion
myself.
fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Yes, I agree. Wow.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War.
Don't make me
Yet
send you
now,
to
these
Jesus
former
myself.
foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
You're broke as hell, so it's definitely not coming from me. Fair enough, Thorin.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew was out reaving, we'd charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't
Emma,
what we're here for.
You're from Idle
right.
Shot, like not Idle
Soldiers
Shot.
or
You're
no,
from
they are
fucking.
people of Garlemald.
You're
The
from the
very ones
Dravinian
we've come to aid.
Forelands. How are you cold right
Direct
now?
confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and
I have to
imprisonment?
have random DMs turned off. Huh.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
I've made it so that within my Discord, mine aren't open to like absolutely everyone, but it is a case of if you and I have mutual servers or mutual friends, I believe. Excuse me. Oof.
Yes, we have found the sesh.
If you and I have like mutual servers or mutual friends, then we should be able to communicate in direct message. So I have it set to that setting just because I'm like me and a few other moderators in my own channel. I mean, my own Discord server. So it's one of those cases of if someone does have to raise something to me, then they need to be able to approach me without needing to be like, oh, hey, here's a friend request. If people send me a friend request just to DM me, then I'm like, nah, not important. Like, you can just send me a message. You don't need to friend request me.
But Grant, how am I meant to send you the good shit if I don't friend you?
You send it into my Discord. Like,
I know, I'm Mimi.
Sorry?
I'm Mimi that people like to send that shit, which is why they friend people.
Oh my gosh. This is why I've set up channels for pets and memes and arts and things. Because believe it or not, there's been some good art. Davey Boy over in the chat has done some amazing art. You should check out the stuff they've been sharing in the art section. It's fucking phenomenal. It's great work.
Yeah, Errol, the cat from Yokai Watch. Because there's a Yokai Watch thing going on currently.
Yep. And I'm just going through the MSQ for anyone over in
Having observed the
What's-His-Who's,
opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
It's just Errol, but looks at it maybe Pox and Sash.
Okay.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial
Well, it
detachment's
only
current
just
position.
started, Errol, so if you resubscribe, you
Stored
can
within
start
is a
doing the Yokai
stockpile
Watch
of
stuff.
Magitech armaments. And once we
I
give the
think
signal,
it goes for like a
Thancred's
month and a
team
half,
will
doesn't it,
destroy
Grant?
them all.
Like, they gave us
In
a long
so
time to do
doing,
this
we
one.
will deprive frontline troops of materiel,
I did
and
not
likely
hear a thing
force
you
the
said there,
detachment to
sorry.
send men to investigate.
Guys, I'm gonna wait till you finish your cutscene.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
We're going to be in several
I would
fights.
prefer,
it seems.
however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Oh my god, Y'shtola's drip. Good on her. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot... But yeah, Sash, if you have it where it's like mutual servers is allowed, then yeah, that's all you need. I feel like that's more than enough. So
I just get random friend requests for people that aren't in any
proposal was
servers
well
that I've been on, like, huh?
Yeah.
More
Why would I
specifically,
add you? I
they
don't
asked
know
that
you.
we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Big explosions.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command.
You don't need to convince people to raid into me for
If our
cures.
calculations
It's
are
okay.
correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Hello. Besides, I'm in the middle of something right now.
A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Nice.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, so I've got my 1, 2, 3 combo, Nebula for the damage reduction, Masking My Presence, Bewilderment Bomb, alright, here we go.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
There we go. Alright, so...
Must be losing my touch.
Damn it. Come on, over here, over here. Yep, cool, thank you. One. I know how to do the stealth missions. I will be good. I just wish I knew like what the threat circle was, because like in games like Hitman and such, they'll show you like how to do it. Alright, so do here, hit 4. Interacting.
Damn, spotted.
Goddamn slasher. There's no effect on Imperial soldiers or thingamadoogies. There we go. Alrighty. Why won't it let me throw the bomb? Throw the bomb to... Oh, there we go. damn it, I can't do the thingy while it's on. Come on, come on. There we go.
Seven hells.
Seriously? I was right behind a thingy-majiggy. They changed a few things from when you played it. Radio. What's the hiding spot for?
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Ah, okay. So then that way they
Very good.
blow the things up.
All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control
I
tower.
love the idea
It should
of
be to the northwest.
living up in
Understood.
like the north and like the cold
Have the
and
others
snow
wait at the
personally.
rendezvous point.
I'd like
I've
that.
always wanted to.
It means I can have my window open more often to help cool air, like cool my PC down and everything. Alrighty, so I just need to be mindful of the giant fucking Magitech that's there. So yeah, because the Bewilderment Bomb can't help me with those. The Silent Takedown is only effective while under stealth to the thing. And yeah, alright, here we go, and open this. Alright, let's get moving. Alright, so there's a thingy-majiggy over here. Oop. God
damn. Spotted.
Be nice if we... Go. Go. Now, hopefully that's... God
Must be
fucking
losing my
damn it.
touch.
I'll get through this. There we go. No, oh, you mother... God damn it.
Must be losing my touch.
I know the bar is looking a little bit spicy. I'm kind of having a bit of a, you know, thingy-majiggy with trying to get it done with... Oh, god damn you. There we go. Okay, so... Oh. There we go. I thought the bot would have grabbed me there as well. But yeah, I got through the danger spice. I have done stealth missions. It's not about the stealths that are like the obvious wins. It's about those difficult ones there where it's like, oh, you just missed the cone.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
Oh.
They stand at the ready.
Stealth.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Looks like a tooth. Hey. Hey. No. Arrow. Over. Come here. Come here. 95% is still not 100%. I succeeded. Alright? They weren't alerted. They were just close. Who taught you to stealth? Hey, okay. The Payday gang, I'm gonna be real with you, in Payday 2, I did stealth some of those maps, okay? Now, granted, I stealthed some of those maps using the
any moment now.
The what's-a-mahoozy.
If they haven't already.
One of the
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure.
One of the mods I applied to Payday 2 was to make it so then that way you could modify the stealth mechanic of if you can kill a guard before they are alerted to you, you didn't have to do the whole radio thingy-majiggies. But I have been able to do the whole, like, the radio thingy-majiggy thing, like, normally in, like, half a dozen maps.
Like we ain't the
I
only
never
ones who
got
set
done with
out
the White
scouts.
House, though. I never properly
Keep 'em away
finished
from the carriages.
Payday 2, because I wanted to
We
try and get the
lose
secret
those,
ending first and
we're
foremost.
as good as dead.
You had to do it twice because you were dumb? Wow, if only you were himbo like myself and had to do it only once. Alrighty,
Fighters! Protect the others!
Yeah, we just sit in the chilling there while we wait for Grant.
What's up?
Oh, everyone was saying sit in a chilling means such a sit in the area you should spawn in.
Sorry, you're gonna need to speak up. Your microphone is like really weak for me.
I was saying that Error World said, oh yeah, no, they said sit and chill. Sitting and chilling, and I said, yeah, me and Sasha currently sitting and chilling while we wait for Grant.
Nice. So yeah, but good luck with the secret ending. That one is a doozy. Okay, so it's not as much of a doozy when you've got the mod that lets you, you know, you can do the kills, and if they weren't alerted to you, you don't have to do the radio thing. It makes some of the stealth stuff, like, a lot easier to do. But then there's a second mod you can apply. This one is purely visual. It just makes it so that rather than having to, like, review the text that was thrown to you and going to an entirely different site to try and do an OCR read, instead, it just gives you in your achievements section a highlight of the achievements that are necessary for you to be able to unlock the next part of the secret ending. So when you go through the White House mission, you have the opportunity of going into the underground and what have you. I was using a what's-a-mahoozies, stoic. I was always a stoic. I was always a fucking gorilla monkey stoic user. I absolutely loved it. Dual shotguns as well, because for whatever reason the game was like, oh, a single pellet is as much damage as like getting the full buckshot, and that was so dumb. That mechanic of like, moving forward, right? There we go. Okay, sorry, I was like, so... You, with me. You, with me. Come on. Everyone, follow me.
What impeccable timing!
What? Where are you?
Fear not, friends!
Emma?
The savior of Ishgard is here!
Emma, where are you? I don't see you. Oh, there you are, Emma. Cool, you're still alive. Thank Christ. Oh, do I need to go all the way to the front? Where's the... And then there's
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
That is so weird to be like hearing Emma from there. Okay, there we go.
We're the only ones still struggling.
Provoke. So you're at the
Time
top
we
of
put
my
our
breakfast.
backs into it then.
Oh, you're probably hearing Spirit City in the background. I had it open so it
I've
covers
been
my
itching
chat
for a
box
good
this game.
scrap.
This is just obsessed. Damn.
Alright, that's all of them. Oh, one more right here. Where is Sakar's troop?
Tempted to grab an ice
Oh,
cream.
he's right there. Okay. Oh, please. And yes, you should get some ice cream.
You lot alright back there?
Okay, you entered before Sash. Shall I go get ice cream? I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Welcome back, Xerix.
Hear that?
I think I'm doing a wonderful job.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Funnily enough, I was also muted. Am I just running to the front lines like this? Yep, okay. That's how they want me to proceed with this. More cutscenes. Meanwhile, on the front line...
I am back with ice cream.
Welcome back. Good to have you
Removed from the
back.
field was not a euphemism for
I have
enthusiastically
cookies
murder.
and cream ice cream sandwich.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Thank you, Astinian, for having a, you know, a small
trouble is,
distinction between
their tempering has made them
enthusiastic
utterly
murder
fearless.
and, oh,
Subduing
they're
them
just
would be
walking,
easier if they had
sleeping it
the
off.
capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh, here comes Magni. Come on. You're a warrior tank. You should be able to self-sustain yourself against this person.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I look pretty fly.
I was
in my
wondering when you'd
coat.
turn up.
Ooh, excuse me. Wow.
There's no stopping us now.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Let's show them what we're made of.
Alrighty. Ding dong. Ding.
We have them now. Forward!
Excuse me. You should pay attention to me, please, as the tank. I am the most important person you should be hitting right now. Although, having looked at the field right now, I'm realizing nearly everyone but Liss is a tank user.
Oof, feels bad. Who's the main tank? That's the real question.
Let them have it!
It looks to be me to some regard. Although I will need to, you know, help out Liss over here because. There we go. Jesus Christ, there's so many wolves. Oh.
As a raging bull!
What the fuck is this limiter? I want to do that.
You must become a Pippin to do it.
There was no way that was a Dark Knight move there.
That's her. Agilia.
Okay, focus on me, thank you. And then... You idiot!
Do not fall behind!
You hit me while I had arm's length out. And yet you did not take effect to the arm's length. What the hell? That should be just close enough. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Wait, was my bloodwetting the right thing to do? Technically, yes. Oh, God.
Is everyone all right?
Oh yeah, because that's my emergency button when I'm going against a lot of enemies.
Kneel or die!
No, not right now, Chimera. I'm in the middle of a fight for my life. Alright, where is the... There we go. Oh, let's get you over here. Oh, please, 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 please. There we go. Sadu, get out. Oh my god. Typical black mage.
exciting sesh union activities.
Tremble before the sun!
Oh, hello.
May your screams fill the air!
Oh my god. One of the Dothraki nearly got destroyed and I wasn't paying attention. Great work there, Black Mage.
As you were saying, she's a typical black.
Yeah. She just stood in the danger puddle. Just sitting in the fucking piss puddle. Just being like, nah.
A worthy
Ah.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death. Sadu Hatun.
Magni, no!
That bird just wants a
That was
hug.
the last of them.
Oh.
Today is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
He just down bad.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
Woo!
Your whole chest just hated on Magni.
And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Bowmaster Dog has added quote number 456. She was just standing in the danger puddle, the piss puddle.
Yep.
It's like you both are watching a TV in front of you, Tatsu. Yeah.
So
We both
cold
watch TV.
and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus.
We're both
as
watching
he
Grant right
gazed
now. It's
upon
the
his
TV.
barren domain.
Although we are technically just staring at a book.
"800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern
My mom
pastures
used to
into
have
the
one from about
blasted
5 years
northern
ago.
wastes.
Jeez. Also, this place has, like, paved roads? What the shit?
In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for
Nowhere in Eorzea have I seen paved, like, car roads. That is brand fucking new shit I'm seeing there. Also, that is a crazy kind of aetheryte crystal.
The chosen
Would you say it's absolutely bonkers?
Hmm. Lol, Sadu is like walking a further distance away from Magni this time than they were when they first got into the royal palace.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Huh. That explains it.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Essien?
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone.
Except for Emmett Selch.
Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
So wait, are we supposed to be hearing this in our heads? Or is this similar to the other expansions where it's technically coming from a book that is being written well after these events?
I think it's just a monologue.
Okay.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
Possibly.
We can consider the question after we have made camp.
I wonder if the Garlemolds are easier to temper than everyone else.
The tempered Imperials, too.
Because of their whole, like, you know, not using magics, but are
this will be our
somehow
temporary
able
base
to do
of operations. Secure shelter
tech.
for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Oh, I gotta share you a meme I shared to Sashara, because I realized the location where we're at makes this, like, you know, very topical. Hang on a second, let me just copy the link.
I'm ready.
Sorry. Ding. Donk. There we go. Because they're all in, like, winter gear, so they're obviously in Garlemald or somewhere nearby, and it's like, who's the toughest person you know? And, like, the Warrior of Light, Safi, points to Y'shtola, and it's just like, Y'shtola? And it's just like, who's the toughest person you know? And then looks over at Thancred. He's like, you're the toughest person I know. And he's like, booyah!
Oh yeah, baby.
Despite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Grahad to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Look at me in my winter gear. Look at me. Look at me.
Look at me.
I am now in Isabad. Ah, a meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance. Its presence is I'm guessing that we're talking about that threatening-looking Daedra tower over there, aren't we?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows increasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Also, who was that flying? Someone was flying earlier.
It wasn't me or Sash.
Nah, it looked like they were on a unicorn or something. Or maybe one of the Realm Reborn mounts. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Let's see, does that tower hold the Eye of Sauron? It's a 3-pronged. It's like a trident. This way. Who's the toughest person you know? Raven. Who's the toughest man person you know? You're the toughest man person I know. Booyah! Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. I was unable to join the party, sorry. I was in the middle of saying some stuff. I'm just gonna watch the TikTok, sorry.
The TikTok?
Our present situation is as follows.
Oh, important shit. Let's hear it.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine.
They're
Once
tempered.
we've cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
That's good.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
They're gonna need to make a lot of porksies.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good.
Hello?
But I reckon
Basie,
the
thank you
cold
for
is a
the
more pressing
follow. I greatly
concern.
appreciate it. I've just been going
All
through
the
a realm
houses round here are fitted with cerulean meters that can keep us warm
Final
and
Fantasy
toasty.
XIV. I'm currently up to
Problem is, the machine
Endwalker,
seems to have
so
given up the
there
ghost,
might
and
be
if we keep
spoilers.
sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next.
Oh, shut up, country boy. You
My
live out on
Smiths
the
reckon that
ocean.
With the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't. be
Hello.
Understood.
You play on the correct
The machinists will
world.
assist them in the
It
repair.
only took me 3 tries. I was once on
The rest of
Uthos,
us
and
should
then I
either
moved
stand
over to
watch or survey
Materia,
the area.
and now I'm back over into Crystal.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so.
Hello,
However, I
Raiders!
suspect
Oh my
they
god,
may
I'm
be
gonna have
biding
to
their
like
time.
pause. Stop the auto-advancing. Hello, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I go through a variety of video games that might be considered part of the quote-unquote canon, because I've got a lot to catch up on. Tonight is MMO night for me, and we're going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final... That's my ass. Don't look at my ass. Get away. Move. Out of the way. Move. Where's the... There we go. The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial up to level 70, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansion. Join us in Eorzea today. Hey, God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna take the wild guess that it was you, Furry Cures, that was like telling people, hey, you should come over to Grant stream. You don't need to do that. I love that they've done the raid. I appreciate it. Hey, shit, but you don't need to. I don't know how far you went. Oh my gosh, Basie, I'm Vezix? Foppers? Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Foppers and Finnick Bard. Thank you so much for the follow. Yes, goddamn. My name is Grant. I'm a himbo zebra, hence the whatsamahoozy. The very himbo-y attire and what have you.
And the bouncing pecs.
Lusty Fox, thank you for the follow. I said it correctly? Nice, thank you, Foppers. Very curious, the shirt with new people. Absolutely disrespectful, just taking my shirt and While I'm in the middle of trying to explain to people of like what I do and what I'm doing today. So yeah, it's been a slow burn for me going through this series. I will be real with you. It was about, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. It's about thank you for the hyper himbo. It was about 2 or 3 years ago that I started in Final Fantasy XIV, and I had the dumb thought of, I can get this done in 6 months if I do it once a week. It took me 2.5 years to get to here, the Endwalker stuff, which was, I'm gonna be real with you, when I started, it was like a few months before Endwalker was released. It took me forever. Shows up and takes your shirt and leaves. Yep, Furry Cures is like that. Unfortunately, Raiders, there's going to be an advertisement that goes off in about a minute, that goes on for 3 minutes. This is so then that way there's ad-free viewing, so that you'll notice like you didn't have to deal with advertisements when you first got in here, but you're probably going to have to deal with advertisements shortly, I'm sorry. With how often you have derailed rants? No. Look, the rants are good, okay? I stand behind my rants, okay? Elon Musk would be a protogen, Limsalo Minsa is Proto-America and is therefore the best city-state out of the 3 in the Eorzean Alliance, and Alpha No was a bitch during A Realm Reborn. I suggest this to every streamer going through Endwalker. After you do base Endwalker, you gotta watch Savix's Endwalker animation. It's funny and you'll get a good laugh. I am saving myself up for the SpongeBob and SpongeBob and Patrick in Final Fantasy XIV. That's what I'm saving myself for. But yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Oh, it's just a video where it's just like of like SpongeBob and Patrick and the crew or what have you, and they're basically going through and they're in Final Fantasy XIV and they go through like A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. I have watched up to the Shadowbringer stuff, but I've not gone any further to avoid spoilers. Freestyle. Sylvester Freestyle. I used to get a warning, like, that was visible to me of like, oh, an ad break is coming up. That has not happened for a while, annoyingly enough. I just have to like be like, oh, it's gonna apparently happen in a minute, and I don't get to see the countdown.
Cute,
like, I don't get to see the snooze in my OBS. That's it.
No snooze on the end.
Elon is a protogen, and Bezos is a lizard man. I reckon... Okay. I reckon Jeff Bezos... I reckon Jeff Bezos would be like a pachyderm or someone.
121 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
No. You go suck a lemon. As a mod, I can see it, but you weren't too sure if you wanted to have it snooze. I reckon in moments like these, where if a raid has gone off or I'm in the middle of a cutscene like this, I think it is okay to do a 5-minute snooze, just so then that way I can try and get through the cutscenes and what have you. We don't need to go through it right now. We still got like another minute and 45 seconds before, you know, the cutscene's over. I'm easily able to just sort of read up on the chat and like give a little further explanation. So, hang on, let me just scroll back up, so see what I missed. So, we had Foppers. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention Wolfang Cerberus. If you need to de-stream or anything like that, you're more than welcome to. Have a drink, have a bath, have a bathroom break, whatever it is you need to do, or if you need to hop off and end your night, that's all okay. I hope you had a wonderful time in Dreamcore.
I hope you know I had to fight the urge to interrupt you and say something that I just forgot what to say. Oh, have a Kit Kat.
Have a Kit Kat. Oh yeah, have a Kit Kat. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. But yeah. So yeah. Oh my god. So, alright. So we've got Foppers, Lost to Fox, the Mud Dog Raider, poorly roided out Zebra. I'm not fully roided out. I'm just himbo, okay? Like Kronk. Foppers. We've got Vezix. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Vezix going, oh lord. Foppers moaning. Gyat. Oh, and now, what did Wolfgang? I can stick around for a few. I'm gonna get a shower soon and head to bed for a few. I hope your stream is going well. It has been going fairly well. Saturday nights are my MMO night. Normally, I'm streaming, if I can, I'll stream in the morning rather than going off, because right now it is 8, it's like almost 9 o'clock now. Like, I started streaming back at 6. Normally, I'll stream in the morning, like 10 a.m., and go for a really long time. So... But yeah, so this time around I had to do a nighttime stream, like my normal weekdays. I hope you have a wonderful shower and you have, you know, you had a wonderful time in your stream, and I hope you de-stress. Yes, and thank you once again for bringing your raiders over to here. I will try my best in keeping your 55... You're Australian? Yes. I live in Australia. I know the accent might throw a lot of you off because it's an amalgamation of American, Canadian, English, Australian, but I am in Australia. But I'm also American, so I have to pay my taxes and what have you to the United States. But I also have my own taxes to deal with here in Australia, and the taxes here in Australia are easier to do than they are in the United States.
I remember the time Grant forgot I was Australian.
Yes. I forget half the people that are Australian here are not Australian. Like, I know Sashera is an Australian because she's, like, all the way on the west coast and is, like, you know, butt-fuck nowhere there. And then there's, like, you know, Blue, Foxy, and ICIC. There's a few Australian streamers out there. Yes, I know Jason is because Jason and Code are Australians. And if I remember Code is Australian, then I know Jason is Australian as well. So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure me and Code live near each other, like in New South Wales.
Well, you're wrong, because Code doesn't live in New South Wales.
You're
But
right.
we won't go any further, so then that way we don't accidentally dox him or anything like that.
No DDoSing.
No DDoSing. No doxing. So yeah, the limits that people will know where I am is I'm in the southeast. That's the most people will get to know of me. You're in the weird Aussie, apparently. Yes, you are. Because, like, Victoria and New South Wales is Massachusetts and New York. You get to decide which is which.
What do you mean Victoria is Mexico?
Victoria... What do you mean Victoria is Mexico? No. No, no, this comparison, you have to stick to the American states. Queensland is a mixture of Texas and Florida. The ACT is Washington, D.C. Victoria... Sorry, not Victoria.
What person agrees with me?
Victoria and New South Wales is Massachusetts and New York. Then you have the Northern Territory as Nevada. And then in Western Australia, I would have it as Rust Belt. It would just be like, you know, Colorado. It would be a mixture of Arizona and Colorado. Not Florida. No.
Mexico
Queensland is absolutely a Texas/Florida. I had to have such a long arc because I was originally of the thought of Queensland is Texas, and I had so many New South Wales and Victorian peeps being like, nah, it's not Texas, it's Florida. And it's like, I can kind of agree and disagree on that one, hence why I do like the whole, it's a mixture of the two. Meanwhile, Tasmania is just like, you know, Hawaii or Rhode Island. Actually, Rhode Island or West Virginia. Wait, no, Vermont. No, wait, South Australia is Vermont. South Australia is Vermont. So anyways, this is our usual MNO Night Derailment chat. Yes, it is. And we're out of the advertisement, so we're able to resume the dialogue thingy-madiggies. I feel like New South Wales, especially Sydney, is going to soon be New York with its Sydney Plenty going down the drain. Absolutely.
That's true. That's true.
And then Mud Dog's over in Nevada. Nice! If you ever go to Northern Territory, it's just mining and gambling. That's it.
That's true.
Alright, moving on. Back to the texts.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Cracking
In
open
any
a cold
event,
one.
we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianje, Estinian, and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find.
Would it be wrong to say that New Zealand is like Canada? Because I think Bali would be like Mexico, personally speaking.
Twould be my
but
honor to be of
New
service.
Zealand, I feel like, is like
Though I doubt that
Australia's
you will need
Canada.
rely on my tricks.
Because you look
Yeah,
at
New
Australia,
Zealand is
and it's like
definitely
New Zealand gives you just about the same sort of stuff and is a little bit better.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in
They're
mind
also
for the
a
two of
little
you and
nicer.
Alpha know.
They're also what?
A little nicer
Between
than us
here
as well,
and the center
with
of the
their, like,
capital lies
speaking.
the Eblan
Yep,
Rhine.
I agree.
I would have you search the area
Also,
for
yes,
survivors.
there are all the accidentally clicked on Rumble
Your
in front
keen
of
sense of
the
direction,
game I have
honed in your
AFK on.
extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
It's so great having people agree with me now. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing...
This too is a vital
The thing
task,
that New Zealand
and I
has done
appreciate
bad
your willingness to see it done.
is create
Rest
the
assured that a
existence
serving of
the
hot
word
soup will
gender.
be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
So yeah, South Australia would be Vermont. Tasmania would be... I want to say Rhode Island. So... I'll make a post on it on Twitter or something like that. So... Because I'm really curious... Because here's the thing. I don't know enough about New Zealand... I don't know enough about New South Wales or Victoria to decide whether one is more Massachusetts while the other is New York. And it would be nice just to hear from, you know... that side of Australia try and argue for one or the other. Thank you. Gods be good if it's this cold with Kataru's clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we meet. Ugh, sorry, I just had a hard time saying all that. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Rhode Island is a unique... Oh my goodness, look at Sash. That is actual, like, proper... We're samesies! Samesies. We're all wearing the same coat! I could almost not tell the two of you apart if it wasn't for different hats.
Wait, I got this. I'll be back.
Oh, you're gonna go change again, is that it?
I'll be back.
Emma, you're here. Hello.
Emanillan.
Emanillan is, as usual, milling about aimlessly.
All I can imagine is the scene from Nemo. Anemone.
Anemone. Alright, don't hurt yourself. Now, welcome aboard, explorers! What ho, chum? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rim for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise. Or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to find our search. Telescopes are easy. You just do 2 holes in your face, like... Hang on. Wha-bam. Wha-bam. Unfortunately, the tracking can't track my face and then have my face behind my hands. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. You like telling me how to say things, don't you? When I have, like, the TTS bot that can just tell me what it is. Alright, here we go. Yum. Oh, hang on. Heated seats. Yeah, okay, cool. Look how small she is compared to me. Just whipping a fucking 180 as I break. The West Connect project was supposed to create less traffic going to Sydney and the inner west suburbs, but it has done nothing. Ah, noted. A massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Oh, no, it's just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo-ho! What do I see over you hillock? There's no mistaking it! That's a girl!
A girl?
Girl? A survivor? Show me. Over there! Behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. Oy vey, Emma. If she only had a telescope like yours. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. So, she'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Look, he's fine, okay? He's from House Fortemps, okay? He will get better, alright? He's gonna grow as a character. I'll let Lucia know where we're heading. Oh, and take these warming,
Tinctures.
Tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilling to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less, and lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. See, Xerix? Now go, and Godspeed. This man is a distinguished gentleman. He is... I don't throw around the word too crazily. He's relatively himbo. Oh, hi, Xerix. Two look identical, minus the hats.
I changed my hair.
Oh, where'd you... Did you just make it purple as... Wait, did you just make it purple as well?
I changed the style and it's pink.
That's... Hang on, let me just zoom out just to get it. Okay, hang on. Where's my screen lock? Hang on. It was here before. Nope, that's just normal lock. Hang on. There we go. Where's the... I have a screen lock button somewhere. There we go. They look very similar, don't they, chat? Stolacone. Alright. Yep. Alrighty, ding dong, Oh wait, I'm not the party leader, so Sashera is gonna have to invite Xerix, who is a Kingsglaive. Alrighty, this way. Nice. We are now a light party. Ovibus. The snow is made out of snow. A trail of fresh footprints leads... oh, okay, fine. Dink. Fine, I'll ride in the back.
We sit next to each other. Hello.
Yay! I love how whoever is in, like, the 4th spot just sits, like, leaning forward. I think he went too far. Hang on. Oh, down here. I'll just leave the... So they most likely went into that building over there. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. And then we gotta go talk to Alize. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Okay. Excuse me while I, like, survey the environment. You guys having fun in the party chat, are you? I'm just seeing, like, Tatsu and Sash and Xerix just having a conversation in the car.
Listen, Zarek said it was hard to see the footprint, so I said, maybe you need glasses.
Maybe. Oh! There she is. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It might be safer to get closer first.
Wild beasts?
What were you?
Oh. That
Oh.
was Jason.
Hi, Jason. Wait. Oh, and they left. Okay. But you must do so without drawing her attention.
No, I think it's just the glasses there, because it's just the glasses you need them.
Nice. Alrighty. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in if you are noticed. Make sure to use cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the... Yep. Okay, so...
No car for Grant, apparently.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, no doubt I'm gonna have to hide behind these rocks here. So she's looking out front. There we go. Rocks are protecting me. Hopefully she's avoiding monsters and not... How much longer will I be streaming? Depends.
I'll probably have to end up going soon. Because I have work at 8 AM tomorrow.
Ah, fair enough. So probably not for long. Probably until, like, either, like, I don't know, maybe 9:30 or 10. It's not going to be forevers. Ugh. Okay. So I'm following the girl, but I've got to be sure to avoid being seen.
Sash is getting ice cream now?
Well, yeah, you got ice cream earlier.
Damn.
Okay.
Yes, we are in the car there. Well. I'm in me mom's car. Boom, boom.
No point in you joining VC. Yeah, that's okay. Oh. I didn't... Seriously? Alrighty, so right at the get-go, prediction... Alright, hang on a second, because I know people are gonna want this. I will have this poll... I'll have this prediction open for 1 minute. Moderators can vote in this as well. Just be aware that if you do vote, you can't choose the result, okay? Now, the option 1 is not there, because we've obviously failed on the first try. In fairness, there is a tree there. I did want to get the tree. So, yeah.
How many times to tail to go? Oh.
So, yeah. Oh, we got someone putting a lot of points into 4. We got a little bit going into 3. Do we have anyone in 2? Anyone thinking it's only going to take my second attempt? This attempt right here. Ripper is all in on on the 4th attempt, it seems. Anyone on 2? Does no one really have that much confidence in me? Oh my god. Oh, we got some people. It's interesting seeing how the numbers grow, because I see some people, you can tell the people on mobile only have the option to click the increment to increase by 10, but then those on PC are able to enter in like a custom amount. Alrighty. So, we got like 24% over into like going into like number 3. Hang on a second. So, channel point. Let's see. The majority of the predictions say it's going to take me the 4th attempt. And then we've got someone who's just thrown a cheeky 30 points into attempt number 2. And, oh my goodness, someone thinks it's going to take my 5th attempt.
That was me.
Alrighty then.
Being mean.
Was 2 assuming you're good at the game? I should have done that. So, no, because I failed. So we just went through the 1st attempt. Now we're going to go through our 2nd attempt. That's why attempt number 1 wasn't available as an option.
Ooh, Errorworld is updating the game.
Alrighty. Alright, so there's number 1. I can do stealth and tailing missions. Everyone seems to forget, prior to me streaming, one of my favorite video game series that I got into back on the Xbox 360 was Assassin's Creed. I got into Assassin's Creed when it first came out on the Xbox 360. I was hyped as fuck when they did Assassin's Creed 2 and it was revealed at E3. This was back in the day when it was like, oh yeah, you know what makes... You know what we need for this sequel that's going to be talking about, like, that's going to feature an iconic weapon? 2 iconic weapons.
I loved the OG Assassin's Creed. I played them on the PS3 though.
Nice. I was an Xbox user, so I was playing it... Like, I was basically took part in, I love how Xerix is just, like, flying
Also,
really fucking high up.
Errorworld. That's just Square Enix. Square Enix is always terrible with their websites. Apparently, they had trouble renewing their sub.
Oof.
I mean, look at Cassfell. It took Cassfell literally 3 months for them to figure out why it would have let her resub.
Oof. So yeah, so I've done tailing missions before.
You have to do Krister instead? Yikes.
Gotta be mindful, gotta be mindful, gotta be mindful. We started a prediction poll, Sashera. You missed out on the prediction poll to see how many attempts it would take me to, you know, properly tail this girl in green. I'm currently on attempt number 2. I started the prediction poll, like, after I failed the first attempt.
I voted 5 because that's how many times it took me to do this mission. I'm bad.
Oof.
My brain just wanted to run up to her and be like, hey.
Okay, so she's running up to that building there, most likely. Let's see how she... Oh, Jesus.
Error wanted it took them 3 or 4. You were fooled, Error? How were you fooled?
On. Oh my god, she is. There we go. Alrighty.
It was the second attempt.
Well, let's see. Is this gonna complete the... Duty complete! Still in one piece. There's the green tick! Alrighty then. Let's see how we go. Is there skill checks that I have to do next? Let's see. Is there skill checks here? Who are you? Stay back! This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just wanted to talk. There's Alphino. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize, and our good friend Grant. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We or our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. They won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's just start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? I am Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar. That terrible roar. And then she screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or, it was. But now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The... what? You mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Hi there, Lightstrife. You just missed out on a prediction where we had to stalk this girl back to her home, and we were able to get it done on our second attempt. What is she thinking? Does she have the echo? There we go. Trick in the snow. Completed. Which means our prediction... where is my... oh, hang on. I need to go up here. Manage prediction. Choose outcome. We did it on the second attempt. Congratulations to whoever threw in 30 points. You got a shit ton of points from that. Let's have a look. Who was it? So, the person who did 3 attempts was Sage, from the looks of it. Oh my god, there's another... Tatsu, why are you raiding into me?
Because I'm gonna have to go to bed shortly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, hang on. Where's my predictions? Predictions. There we go. Interaction. So yeah, so the winning number, 1 user, Furry Cures. Congratulations, Furry Cures. By contributing only 30 points, you won 6,379 points. Oh my goodness. Ripper and Valkyrie, you betted against me. Tatsu and Jason, you betted against me. How dare the lot of you. How dare. Yeah, thank you, Furry Cures, for believing in me. Hi there, Pox. Welcome to the stream. People got wrecked. You didn't even check what it was for. You just went with a random number. You were just like, 4. Alright, I'll go for a little bit longer while you just recently raided into me. One more mission. Here we go. I don't know if giving Fairy Cures 6k was wise, Grant. I don't know if doubting in my ability was a wise move, Sashera. You make it sound like as if I was inept, thinking it would take me at least 4 or 5 goes to do this stealth section. You saw me! You saw me with Thancred during the stealth mission. I did that on the first try. I know my you did vote. It was that. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me open up
I
the...
voted for 5 because I'm silly.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, you didn't. Whoops.
I got you, Pox. I got you, Pox. I steal the shirt.
You could have... Hey! Darn you, Tatsu. Ow. Sorry, Sash. I'm sorry. I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that happened. Hang on, I need to hide the, prediction summary. There we go. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which, I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Okay, I just need to head over to the gazebo. That is a gazebo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are probably gonna leave and go to bed. I'll talk to you next time, see
Not to worry, Tatsu. Thank you so much for raiding into me, and I hope you had a wonderful time going through all the fates. So, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I did that for like the first 10 minutes, and the rest of us just been sitting around with Ash.
Nice.
But yeah, I hope we can hang again soon, and I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you another time. I will be doing a party game stream next Saturday. I will have... Oh, hi there, Geralt! Thank you for pixelating me while I don't have my shirt. So, once a month, the first Saturday of the month, I organize a party game stream. The idea is to try and play a game that encourages like multiple people to join into it, a la similar to Final Fantasy XIV here, where we're able to get like up to 4 people playing. I try and have like more people involved if they can. So, where's my brain at? So yeah, so in the past it's been things such as Goose Goose Duck, Jackbox. I did Fortnite for that one time, but it was a bit brr. And then what was another? Oh, Party Animals. That was another one. Next week is May the 4th. So for May, it's obviously going to be something Star Wars related, and I was thinking of having it be the Star Wars Battlefront 2, not the 2005 classic, and not the classic collection, because the classic collection has like a lot of bugs and is like 100 and cookie for Engroll.
So what you're telling me is I have to re-download this game so I can join you.
If you would like to join in playing with us next week, yeah. So.
Install.
Oh yeah. So that's going to be for like May 4th, because, you know, May 4th is May the 4th be with you. So yeah. Hi there, Geralt. Hopefully you're doing hopefully you're having a wonderful day. Can we get a shout out for Geralt? I can probably predict what the last game they played was, but I would love to see a shout out clip and see what it was. Buy a new hard drive, please. Oh, Tatsu, fun fact. Hard drives are only meant to last 3 to 5 years. So if you have a hard drive that is approaching that age, I would recommend replacing it. Ah, well, what do you know? Geralt Hart, partner streamer, a Australian Rothgar, was playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial up to level 70, with the entirety of Realm Reborn and the Heaven's Ward expansion and the award-winning Stormblood expansion.
My brain. I was gonna say something and I forgot.
It's okay. It's happened more than once. I have that kind of thing where I'm able to like sort of have this booming voice and it's like, uh-oh. Hi there, Denny. Welcome to the stream.
And now that you said that brings up a good point. Maybe I should play a Star Wars game for stream when it becomes May.
Yeah, I reckon it would be a good idea. I know that the Ubisoft Star Wars game doesn't come out for like a lot later on, and I've already done the idea of going with a like Battlefront 2, like the more recent one, not the one from the classic collection, but the one released by EA. I know there was a huge amount of microtransactions when it was first released and loot boxes and all that kind of crazy stuff. They have peeled back that nonsense. They have like they've like had to like do a lot of edits.
I've played a bunch of Battlefront 2. I like it.
Nice, awesome. So, and what's more is like it's a giant like 64, like you can have giant battle maps and such. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a means of being able to have like a lot of people join in with us, because I don't think it's that rare of a game. So, yeah.
I mean, they gave it up for free on Epic ages ago.
Ooh, okay, that's a good timing. I reckon there's going to be a discount once we get into May as well, because May the 4th.
Every Star Wars game will be
Yeah. Alrighty then.
That's probably when I'm gonna buy a game to stream as of when it becomes May.
Sounds good. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, Tatsu. It's getting late for you, no doubt. It's getting late for me. I'll probably be up for another, like, one more mission before I'm done for tonight.
Okay. Well, bye-bye.
Alright. Bye-bye. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emanalion's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Same for me, I didn't stream when I went to Fur Meet that night. Oh, not to worry, not to worry. I didn't do, like, any streaming when I had the week leading up to Furdo, and I didn't stream that weekend until I got back. I did a stream Monday, but that was because I was very much excited to talk about it, and I had the revelation of, like, you know, as much as I loved my time at Furdo, it was apparent that it was like, the cost and the social energy prior to the con took a lot out of me, and it's not easy getting, like, doing social thingamadiggies once you're there as well, because everyone knows everyone, and everyone's already busy coming together with their existing friends group. So it's unlikely you can go to a FurCon with minimal friends and make more there. It's not possible. Many people, and, like, the panels don't encourage it, technically speaking. The one that was closest to introducing new people was, like, the trivia panel, but they did nothing in the trivia panel to encourage breaking up groups or anything like that. It was very much a case of, oh, do you have a group? Excellent, sit here. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Here, have a warming tincture. Bing, there we go. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying, but tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains occasionally cannot be run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Hey, nice! Welcome back, Wolfang. I hope you had a wonderful shower. Good work on the 42%. Oh, wait, Furry Cures is checking on Wolfrang. I thought Wolfrang was back. Silly Furry Cures. Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. There we go. Amazingly... Oh, no, you did run over some people, I see. And then there's Sash just sitting in her chair. All is well? Yes, never better. Yeah, here's a warming tincture. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it a potion by any chance? Ha, 'twas a joke, if I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned. Ooh, 22, nice going. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. What do you mean, rigged? It's not rigged, okay? Nothing about it is rigged. If the robot thinks you're only 18% cute, you're only 18% cute. That's just how it is. I don't do the math, okay? Pox is 23% cute. That's not bad. But oh my goodness, Light Strife. 98%. That is some really high numbers there. No, I'm not bullying you. Just don't be saying my robot is rigged, okay? Nice. 5% cute. I hope Basie was fine with their profile icon just popping up on stream of just like, bam. Although it is their profile icon, so like they must be fine with it. Alright, first came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I know better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait for my fellow cowards for our final judgment. My goodness, you guys are... No! Not my hair! How dare you take my hair? But yeah, I'm top himbo, thank you very much, furry Qers. And I'm incapable of being cute, okay? Impossible. Pure fiction. Never happened. But yeah, Lightstrife, you're like 98% cute. Excellent work there. That's a cool radio. This, it's a radio. You don't have them where you're from? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Omnius it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others because of all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Omnius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Oh my goodness. That is not what's happened. The truth is stranger than fiction in this regard. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. He kinda would. Alright, I need to now deliver the thingy-majiggy to Licinia. Is Dazarus back in the Palace of the Dead again? What's that? Here is a warming tincture. They have no idea what's going on in the main capital. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Alright. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you called it. And Virgilius and her men are all there now? So, how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... You keep forgetting to change your picture? That was several seconds ago, Basie, I'm sorry to say. That was a while ago. But yeah. Also, this is like a channel that's like filled with furries, I should warn you, Basie. So if you're thinking of like a profile icon that would be cool for this environment, you can never go wrong with a fursona. Or you just go with Pokemon. Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almesti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have even been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If yous and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you're a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would your Final Fantasy XIV Catboy count as a furry? Yes, absolutely. The Makotes are furry. The Rothgar are furry. The Viera, these bun boys over here, furry. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to their camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the trappers. You best watch out for AB Almastes while you're away. Nice. Does your duck form count as furry? Yes. There's like a very detailed chart that tells you at what point do you go beyond furry and you're just animal. To reach Trapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long road around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Are you guys and gals now just changing the whatsamahoozy, your profile icons, and double checking what it looks like with a different stat roll? Alrighty then. Alright, so we have places to go. Dun 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 dun. Alright, I guess Zarix is just looking out of their own. Alright, so once we get past the bridge, we take a left. Down this way. Alright, we just need to thread the needle. There we go. And it looks like that's the entry to the whatsamahoozy. You should probably change yours, but you've had it for so long it's kind of sentimental. Fair enough, not to worry, not to worry. I have changed mine only relatively recently because it used to have a very himbo-y, when I say himbo-y, I mean extra himbo-y, almost like a fetish. So I changed it over to just me going poggers. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the pure bloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our position, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shit. So, they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll get into intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Oh, come on. You two could help me, you know. We're in a party. Unless you're just seeing me, like, throwing at random air right now. Thank you. Nice. Am I dead yet? No, you're not. You're not dead. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've had a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So, this is Trapper's Den. Well then, after you... It's at this point that if there's an advertisement coming up, Sashera, you can like snooze it. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Arlian. You were bought here from another lands. Gir, Albania, Yanzia, Bozja, Dalasia, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerelia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps starve off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So, we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we knew, is gone for good. Gone for good? So close. Regardless of what Ilzabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Alrighty. Is this a spot that I can... I wonder if this is a spot I can, like, log out of. No, it is... Okay, so... we'll have the advertisement run like during the thingamajig. I imagine. Let's see. What's the dialogue? Come for Ceruleum, have you? Pure Blood sent you. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Alright, cool. Hopefully that will be enough for... I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can't ask about that after we've we can ask about that after we've delivered the Ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Alrighty then. So the advertisement can go off shortly. Where's everyone? Look how tiny Sash is. Look at her. Look at the height difference. She just like sits in their seat. Look at her. Look how tiny she is. Small. She is small. And she writes into chat in all caps, no bully. Southeast. Okay, so it's around here. There's going to be some Aether Currents. There's going to be a lot of Aether Currents in these areas, I've learned. Because... yeah, holy shit, that's a lot of Aether Currents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. Bully. Alrighty. Alize. Oop. Alize. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house. While you search outside, they can't have gone far. Remember how we said they cut them back when they became old content? I do remember that. I just didn't... I thought it was just a case of, like... yeah. It's... I guess, like, just looking at it, I should have realized that they would have cut it back by, like, half. What the fuck is this? Okay. So... they don't look to be down there. I'm gonna go with a wild guess that they're inside the building. That one in particular. Oh. Hello? Are you all alright? What happened here? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Huh? Vultures. That's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pocket to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sisters will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right. Be careful. Are you having deja vu, Pox? We'll do our best to find them quickly. Apparently he's getting deja vu. I don't know why. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. I don't think they're tempered. It's unlikely that they're tempered, so... Alrighty. Thump. Oh my god, Alizé, seriously? You didn't even leave that much of the front door. God damn you. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by their size. This is definitely them. Come on. Alrighty, time to just... Every man for themselves! Oh. Oh, come on. Bam. There we go. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. And I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Alrighty, so... Oh, clue. Empty bottle over there. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it must have been there for some time and is unlikely to have any connection. Damn it. Okay. So where would the other one be? Oh, another thingy-majiggy over here. That is not a good sign if that's actually fresh blood. The blood stain, though, appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim must have been severely wounded. The trail leads southeastwards. Alrighty then. So we go this ways. 66 miles to the northwest. 103 to the east. Okay, never mind. We are not chasing after an aether current around here. Licinia! We need to help them. We're trying to help them since before. Ah, okay. They're already cult. That's not good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? The two of you just... Fuck. God fucking damn it. God damn loyalists.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
In this scenario, there's nothing we could have done better. We'd have had to abandon our morals in order to keep them alive, and that's not why we're here. Revive is a mechanical spell that I feel like is more like
We can't leave
for
them like this.
video game
We have to take
purposes,
them
not
home.
lore reasons.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Alphino is technically right. And it's gonna hurt. We take a lot of hurt now to save us pain later by leaving them.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
Could be a trap. Trying to falsify hope and forcing him into a singular area to try and...
I want to understand.
Do a thingamadiggy again.
So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders.
Welcome to the Garlemald arc, where the entire community got to have a morality debate.
We will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Alphino has the right, like, attitude in terms of, like... Because, like, as an individual, his policy would not work properly in... like, in the complexity of an invasion and what have you. But as a person to person, that is about the best you can ask for, which is, you know, like, trust in people, do right by them, and don't have an assumption that they want to do wrong by you. It will hurt doing that kind of behavior. Like, but the thing is that just because there has been pain in the past doesn't mean you have to force others to have it. So, this is like a touchy subject because we are very much invaders. Garlemald is currently going through a civil war because of the death of their emperor. A death, might I add, that is being done by their son because of, let's be real, Asian nonsense that we have projected onto them. And so there's also the case that to the general public, there is a bit of a controversy where the Eorzean Alliance, like, we had the fucking Estinian Wormblood and Gaius being responsible for the Emperor's death. It is it's a problematic state. We are not in the right. We do not have carte blanche in what we can do here. So, unfortunately, like, it's going to be bloody at this point. I feel like the only other way it can't get bloody is more of the populace slash Garlemald that we do have are the first contacts. If we can have them be the people going out, like anyone from the populace, such as Magnus, I think his name was. If it's him and his populace that are going out further into Garlemald before we step in, that would be a lot better. It's not gonna be done in it. Like, granted, if this wasn't Warrior of Light fantasy nonsense, this would be a several-year venture with multiple different alliances and a lot of different conflicts going off. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Possibly not. That's the thing. We cannot be held responsible for the possibility of their death by us not coming. Oh my god, you got some general purpose dice. Good for you. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Let us linger here no more. Come. Has to be made diplomatically? Yes. But here's the problem. We invaded. Every move we have made from this point on has to have the utmost scrutiny, diplomatically speaking, as well. Because we're in here through non-diplomatic means. It is going to be a fucking mess getting through this. Alright, hang on a sec. Where is Aether Current? 374 malms to the southwest. That is not good. I am just gonna teleport there. So yeah. I have two thoughts. There was no other way in through the horde of mind-controlled zombies, but all the same. Yeah, I have two thoughts about real-life similar situations to what we're currently going through with Garlemald. I've got two thoughts. Number one, geographically speaking, it feels a bit like Russia. You have a large, massive spanning empire where most of it is, you know, here in the frigid cold, but it is expansionist out to, like, you know, many different climates. And with that, you have many different cultures with many different ways of life and such. And whether by, you know, choice or by subjugation, they're working towards the greater empire. So that's my first thought here, with us being up in the frigid north and such. It feels very much like, you know, like the fucking United Nations or something going into Russia when Russia's having a bit of a civil war. The second thing that's popping up into my mind, because of the recent events we just went through, it feels a bit like how they didn't do this very well, but the United States in Afghanistan. It is a political mess here there is a lot of superstition and a lot of, you know, what's the word? Prejudice towards outsiders. And it's not one that is made from, like, superstition being, you know, churned around by the Empire. There are very real examples that people have probably lived through because of, you know, sons and daughters fighting against the Eorzean Alliance, and the fact that we've not only fought them on our turf, but we have also been able to take back proper, like, you know, control from places that they have had control for a good generation plus. We saw this a little bit with Stormblood, where there was a number of people who got out from Garlemald into the places like the Locks and what have you, and there was this question of, do they leave? So, alrighty, so, this way. So those are my thoughts of the two things. Is number one, it feels geographically like going into Russia, and then number two, it feels like, you know, it's the moral ambiguity of like, you know, the United States or foreign forces going into the Middle East and being like, right, there is some fucking turmoil here, and we have a benefit in, you know, trying to improve relations here, but now comes the very delicate balance of serving our means, but also serving for the good of the nation. And that's a very difficult thing to play. It's one thing to be morally good, to take the moral high ground. It's another to take precedent over your own nation's interests over another's. Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? This is going to be a very fun moment, explaining to them of, like...
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
We pursued it.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
Probably nothing good.
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
Okay, cool. So we got members of Garlemald.
They have provided
Yes, this is Endwalker. We're going through the
state of
MSQ right
Garlemald.
now. So this is like level 82, 83 content right now.
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
Until Xenos came into picture.
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically.
Okay.
Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Ah.
Elidibus. What better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
They're not wrong, and what's more is they probably didn't know that the real Xenos came back, so...
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Oh, this might be too far for you, Light Strife. Sorry, you might be in spoiler territory. If you've only been in Shadowbringers, this stuff is after the Shadowbringers patch content and is, you know, is going to be going through some things. So, sorry, you might be in some spoiler territories.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Not good.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Fandaniel.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Not in their dreams. Not in their dreams, but over the radio. They talked about Emperor Varus like being a, he survived the assassination and such, and his voice on the radio and shit. That's probably what's doing it. They probably got the initial instructions way back in the capital city, and the radio just keeps on playing out in different areas and such as a little dog whistle.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Oh, so close to the Tower of Babel, but Babel was with an E instead of an I. So close. Real old world testament there.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Yes, it came from the Bible. And in its hubris, Babylon fell. A giant fucking tower of knowledge and hubris fell.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
Inconceivable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
Oh?
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Interesting.
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Okay, so my theory about the radio is, like, in the absolute wrong direction, but it does give explanation to how someone without the echo survived the tempering.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
It was like one of the only things kept her alive.
My friends, I must speak with you.
What's up?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Color me curious.
I think we do.
Who the fuck?
Who do we have here?
I don't recognize the blue hair guy. Not from the back of my head. Not from the back of the head.
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Oh. Here we go. Interesting that they recognized her as a
Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Or they could just be looking at him as the one Garlean and,
Nobanus.
you know.
And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
We can have a discussion with him.
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Sounds fine by
I don't
me.
much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Maximus. No, do not bring the Levilus.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
No. Oh my. No.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
Okay. I don't know if they can figure out that they are Sharlayan, like, by birth or some shit like that. Because, like, maybe the benefit of them being, being from Sharlayan might offer a little less, like, you know, visceral thingy-majiggy. But... no. These two have they're gonna be emotional. They have just witnessed, like, siblings leave themselves out in the cold and basically get murdered in order to avoid these two. They're gonna be wanting to fix that, and they can't.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Ugh. What would your mother say if I let you two go by yourself?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
It would have been me, Y'shtola, and either Lucia or Maximum. That's who I would have gone for. Ugh.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
I'm insulted you consider me less...
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
I better be able to say hi to Julius and be like, "Hi, Warrior of Light."
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
No. We can handle ourselves. After all, one of us is, as you called, a sellsword. No, I don't like it at all. Fine. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedent above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the fairy watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Cool. Awesome. But yeah. May the furry watch over and keep you. Sure. Alrighty. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Grant. Grant? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run. Not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Ready to make for a dash? Sure. Over the hill. Oh my god, don't be running into the fucking... Here we go. And then... avoid the bear. How the fuck am I outpacing you two? I'm outpacing him! Jesus Christ, Julius. Oh, the two of us will take up the rear. No, you can't add that as a quote because you wrote that, Sashera. The rules is that I have to have said it aloud. Now, either I said that by accident, or otherwise it's not a quote. NPCs are always meant to be slower than us. Oh, now they're keeping pace. Look at them go. Now they're keeping pace. Just the small little bit. Oop. You'll need to clip it to prove. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check your sewers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Rigo Domirum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? We're close. We're gonna get to another place to like do a like an aether thingy-majiggy, I'm sure, and then I'll be done. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the horde unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though, we'll try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at least. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons, while I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I would not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Alrighty. Yep, so we're crossing over like a threshold of some sort. So yeah, so I reckon we're gonna end up here at the Territium or something. Uh-oh. Tempered. Nice work. I see why your comrades choose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I am and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them are butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I'm gonna check it out. Yep, okay, fine. You can quote. You can quote for that one. That one's a bit of a... It's not obviously me saying furry, alright? But considering it's like fury, it's like not exactly... It's like... Yeah. It's one of those like stuttering in the middle of the word kind of things. Hi there, Happy Lizard. I am doing fairly alright. I have been up for quite a bit now. Alrighty, ding, dong. Is Sash even gonna help us, or is Sash just gonna... Yep, she's just gonna be watching. She's just gonna be in her drip. Fun fact, Sash, these guys are only like 8 levels below you, so it's actually worth a fight. Oh, and I've got these Eblens to kill. Apparently they're on my sack of nuts. No. Quote ad is one word. Hang on. Quote me. Okay, I just need to kill one more, it seems. There we go. Alright, we need to head to this thing here. Alright, cool. Got myself 3 sacks of nuts for that. But yeah, it should be exclamation point quote add as one word, and then you can add in the rest. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. God damn, Jules. Absolute fucking fiend. Yep, look at that. Heading all the way to the Terratum. Alright, let's get everyone together. I think it might be that one. Quote me. Quote me. What in the... This game. Hang on. Commands. Ding dong. Why is it having a hard time trying to understand what I'm saying? Quote me. Okay, that's weird. Why didn't the... Hang on. Settings. Quotes. Enabled. Permission to add moderator. Minimum to be added, including this permission. So... We... Okay. Wait, hang on a sec. Did you write it correctly? Nope, you did it incorrectly. It was, because you did exclamation point add earlier. Yeah, you did exclamation add quote and then did all that, which is incorrect. Sorry. I was giving you the wrong instructions after that one. It is exclamation point quote and then space add. The fuck are those? What the hell are these things?
Sashara has added quote number 457. May the furry watch over and keep you.
Thank you. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it, now that you have seen those monstrosities for yourself. Perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Oh my god. Does he just want to be proven a point? Is that it? You just want to prove your point that, oh, it's all like fruitless or some shit. Ridic. Hang on. I don't remember fighting them in the tower earlier. I remember fighting against all, like, in Tower of Zot, it was like some other, like, stuff. Because it was made by the elephant people's religion. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. Alrighty. Sebastian. And then, yep, no doubt we go into there somehow. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, that's... Okay, I'm gonna be... If this wasn't Final Fantasy, if someone said, oh yeah, here's our headquarters, you just walk down to the bottom and I'll be with you shortly, I feel like you're gonna shoot me in the back. Alright. Cool. The soundtrack in this zone? Right now there's nothing playing, it's just eerie darkness. Alright, let's have a listen. But yeah, I think the robot is having a headache because normally I can just say, quote me, and then it will, like, you know, do the thing. Hang on. Quote me. Nope, it hasn't failed. It's plain to see why they choose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Jules was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much less Victor's spoils. Must be constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Cool train. God damn, this Empire has so much technology that should have bridged the gap between classes, but instead, they just, I don't know, they fucking try to make an even greater divide? Like, what the hell's up with that? Jesus Christ, the fucking mustache on that guy.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh.
I had no idea you had survived.
These are loyalists.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
Your very people are suffering, not your neighbors.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned.
Is he talking
Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would.
We are, first and foremost. Your men are being cured as
But
we speak.
regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Possibly. But I think you're talking to someone too old and too embittered.
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
He is a delusional old man. Like, most people who go through war and becomes old is embittered.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Okay, two things. Number one, I'm the Warrior of Light. You must understand just how fruitless this endeavor is. is and you are very much in need of me extending this arm of peace and what have you. So, nice try, Quintus. You're glad that I'm not calling your bluff on this nonsense. Secondly, to your earlier question of like, oh, why didn't we accept the unity of Garlemald? Despite not knowing anything about Garlemald's history and Eorzea's history, I think I can easily come to the conclusion that the reason we wouldn't have joined in the unity of Garlemald is the same reason why Garlemald didn't decide to stay with Eorzea and to be subjugated into whatever belief they had. Individuality was tantamount in your empire. You had someone that wasn't of royal blood invent magitex and you know, rise through the ranks and what have you. You very much reward ingenuity and individualism. So, and you're clearly not interested in only pure Garleans, because you are going into other lands and grabbing them and making them do work for you. So you understand the importance of diversity. It's not a piece of compromise that you're against. You just don't want... You're more interested in a peace that keeps to a status quo, but our status quo right now is fighting. If we are to have peace, we must remove the status quo, and I have a feeling you're worried that you as a Garlean would not be seen in a favorable light in order to remove the status quo. But at the same time, if the goal is united under one, why does it have to be our way and not their way? The other thing is that why isn't it a union between ourselves? So, this, like, here's the thing. Is, like, this conflict here, like, when he's like, oh, why don't you just unite under Garlemald? Because we came in first with the idea of unifying under all and such, and our ideals is so great. It's like, probably for the same reason why you guys objected to just being with Eorzea and coming up with like the different little things. Instead of just dealing with the fact you had a lack of magic, you all united and pushed against magic altogether. Whataboutism is not going to bring us peace.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
That's
as you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Go on.
Collar them.
A lack of magic, I'm guessing, is what's coloring us.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Oh, is that how we're doing this? I thought it was just going to be a magic inhibitor. But instead,
Stop. Keep away from that one.
Yeah, you should know better.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Crack my knuckles.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
It is good that someone was able to figure out that we were champion of Eorzea.
Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Are you senile? the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. Nice. Goddamn, Hachafont.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
That is Hachafont Fortemp's words, Quintus.
You will be their warden.
There is no barbarism in Eorzea that could be painted upon Hachafont.
Yes, sir.
Sashara just having moments of just like, why do you pick these quotes? It's like, because here's the thing. Hachafont had some fucking baller quotes is what he had. That's exactly the thing. Hachafont had some baller quotes. If we weren't the Warrior of Light, Hachafont would be doing all this kind of shit. He would be with us, not Astinian. He would be going into the first, not Thancred. The Aetheryte is not responding? Well, everything above ground is in complete ruins. The station has so far escaped more or less unscathed. It's far from the ideal place to live, but I'd prefer to take my chances down here than up there. So... persone non grate. Okay, I'm pretty sure... Let's see, there's a Junkmonger, there's... So this is a sanctuary area, which should mean that I'm able to, like, just... What? Store dear's property, if you'd like to share it, you're very much mistaken. Okay, cool. So this is just a wasteful area. Alrighty, come on. Ding. Thunk. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. Cool. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'll best keep your hands off that Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep the place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Okay, so that's why. Shame about that. It's you, GrantZeebs! Hello, Octavia. I served under Lord Gaius under the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and the adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozen, as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Man, Olivia, you're not wrong, but I would like to remind you that you're probably, you know, missing out on Gaius being very much alive. Alright, so he's very much losing consciousness. I know who you are, so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... damn. Torch the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it wasn't for the third bleeding us, we'd be at the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... night fell, and we gathered around the radio, then the roar. The terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, body broken, soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where I stand if I could. Murderer. Ask her how many Eorzen she killed. It's not important. The model is the same as the one found at Victor's Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Oh yeah, that's true. People being aware of Gaius and what have you might be an issue. Alright, Alphina, what's up? Did you learn anything of note? Yes, a lot of people hate us. They are on the fringes. They are very much reliant on the fact that they want us to be able to just move on by and leave them be, and preferably with resources left. But they're too prideful to ask for such things because if their position was reversed, they would have asked for more. I realize that we can do for them, but I cannot bear to see that we help me tend to them. Alrighty, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Assisting. My eyes. I can't see them all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve that way. What the hell? You're out in the frigid cold and you have no socks on. They're likely to get frostbite. So, those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Jules could persuade him, though we'd need to pursue Jules first. Oh my goodness, how are we gonna possibly convince him? We're just gonna give him surprise. If he wants, we can just be like, oh, you can pretend that you just stole them, like you tried to do the first time. Seen enough? Yeah, you're in a shithole. And you're asking, what? You want to, like, what? Have us prove your bias and just take over? Or would you rather you just were left behind? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, rather. Some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We hadn't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum in need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your countrymen mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a message to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the Provisional Legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Great idea. How are you going to stop yourself from getting tempered? Because I don't think you guys have enough radios to keep on your persons to be able to avoid the roaring. And what's more is, we don't have a guarantee that the radios are going to be an active defense against a greater vicinity. You're going to be sending your men to die, essentially. Either by the hands of the afflicted, or they become the afflicted Telophoroi, and they fight you. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you Ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Old codger. So, did he agree to it? Of course not. No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for Ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. So much trouble. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. There we go. And it will give us gloves. I think I'm going to end, like, because it's going to take a lot of traveling going from the broken glass to back over to the Teritium, but I'm gonna be real with you, I'm probably gonna be fine with that. Especially since, like, how far away, how much further have I gone? Give me a second. So I've gone from the Color of Joy, so I've gone from the 23rd mission of Endwalker to... '34th. So I've gone fairly far. I've gone like at least 10 levels. And we've got another 101 to go. So we have May, June. So we've got 2 months. We've got 8 sessions to go through 100 missions. Yep, we might have some sessions that we go off more than once. Okay, I'm wondering if whoever is in charge of the marketing team for Monster Hunter is okay. You were enjoying watching, but don't want to put your schedule out? I'm not working tomorrow, thankfully. But it's one of those... Let's go one more. Let's go one more. I was very much... Like, I want to have it so it's like, it takes us back to a different place, so then that way I'm not, like, stuck here. Unless this crystal becomes activated, then hopefully we get sent back. We will begin our search for Ceruleum. The first location is Forum Solois, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. We'll be fine. One more mission. One more mission. It will be fine. So... Besides, it explores more of the map, so... Excuse me while I... Oop, wrong way. So... 132 to the northwest. Amazingly enough, it's in this direction. Oh, it's all the way up there. Hang on. Dink. Donk. What do you have to say? No, don't steal my shirt again. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Vosgalvus. Good old Emmett Selch. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But, as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case anything has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Alright, T, ding, dong, and then... Why do I hear boss? Oh, it's because Xerix is fighting something, no doubt. Alright, a map of Forum Solus. So just having a look around the park. Several points of interest are marked on the map. The pawn player to your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. Noted. Hopefully Sashera has picked up this Aether Current. There we go. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Alrighty. Lux Cinderstar. Hello there. Picked clean, no doubt. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained. Sounds about right. I'm guessing that was a sandpit or something. Even though the place's name, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him, or at least not of him. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. And the children's slide. It's built in the style of Imperium Machina and armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transporting it to different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Wow. Warrior of Light, everyone, with the power of common sense. Jewels. This place was something to you, wasn't it? We didn't find anything. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just... I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so, like any other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed here if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time, when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing the engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago. when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Dip your hand in it, then. What are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first had a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of our fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't gonna fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the Chappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. That's insane! So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg. Though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Alrighty. Yonk. Point of interest over here. Let's see, is there a hatch? Just standing upon the thingies. Chilled to the bone. That's fine. Causing damage over time. That's another chill to the bone. More chill to the bone. Is that your, oh yeah, that's your fairy doing that. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on to what you might think to be a handle. Celine! Thank you, Celine. Let's see. Oh, they couldn't put a fucking tank in my hand? What is this shit? What is this? We playing pretend? We're Peter Pan at the dinner table right now, just holding fucking air? Ow. You open the hatch and receive a ceruleum tank. Wow. So real. It is going to be cold as fuck. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a fancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtlessly feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Cool. Alright. Let me just get out of the thing. There we go. Thank you, Celine. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Temperature regulator ceruleum tank. That's it! And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Nice. Call me an Eldian because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quinius's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you'd be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well. Better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. Although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass makes its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Did it. Alrighty. Ding dong. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, so I'm just missing the head, but... Alright, let's... Chrome, Night, Dark, Steel. Alright, let's see what happens if I use these things. Okay, so they have higher level requirements to 525, and these are 530. But they don't change because the item level is lower than the actual thingamadig. Alrighty then. Alright, now that you recover from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Oh yeah, no, he most likely has been absolutely fucking livid. He has had no sleep, no rest, just absolute fucking knackered. Although he could just be dehydrated as fuck. I've got, like, blacks under my eyes sometimes, and even though I try and keep a consistent sleep schedule, I think it's just there just because of, like, you know, routine with the, whatsamahoozy, with, like, face and what have you. As you can see, the place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to salvage. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it'd be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. You should need more, come to me. Oh my god, there's a robot right there. Let's get to work. Let's see. Is that a robot that is, like, got a little marker on it? No, it is not. Okay. So... Dink. Don't. Automated settle. Alright, let's see. Appears to have been broken, giving you if it holds any thingy. We don't know. And I would rather put it towards something that does have a tank. Plus, it's really close to the group, so... Appears to be broken, giving you no way to turn. Oh, fuck it. Fine. Let's use this. You find it completely empty. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? It was a broken thingy-madoogies after all. Oh. Hello, hello. Two of you back to back. Interesting. Giving you no way to determine. It's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. Nice. We lucked out on the second one. Excellent work. What fortune? Fortune favors Z. Prepared. Thingy-madoozies. Look, I got what's-it-mahoozits galore. You got thingamabobs? I got 20. Gadgets and gizmos aplenty. Who's-its and what's-its galore. You've done it again! Truly, luck is on our side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alizé and Alphino are faring. Oop, someone just teleported away. Oh, destination. Radio. What's the plan, Stan?
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
How the fuck are you doing that?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Fine, okay, let me just pretend.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
This isn't the link pearl thingy-majiggy, and what's more is the link pearls can be traced. So...
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Good call. They probably would have detected you, given your short, time span to be invisible.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place.
Do not do anything in that place.
As quietly as you can. Tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
First Legion. Crazy, I know.
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel.
Crazy, perhaps.
An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been
I will be done shortly, don't you worry. I'm just, one more mission.
Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up.
See if you can prioritize on any First Legion conversions. They will actually be of greater
keeping
help.
Yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
I hope you realize
With
what
luck,
that means.
This will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage.
Alright.
For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Lead the way. I'll follow suit. Oh wow, we're right at the thingamajiggy.
Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Not exactly.
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
You know, if you
well,
ask, you can get more.
it's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
I'm sorry, do you just think we're shitting in the back of huts or something?
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
He's a bitter old man, isn't he? Let's hear it.
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
No, that was not why we helped you.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here.
This better be like a legitimate, like, oh, we're leaving right now kind of times, not, oh, be prepared, it's gonna happen soon.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
Sounds like something before they join up with the 10th, though.
Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Probably not, with the First Legionate being as he is.
Finished your war, Council?
What's the news? You don't like this.
and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
I hope you realize that that's not gonna fly.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited
Don't you fucking dare.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Fuck. Do as he says. Here's the thing. Julius is not delusional here.
Get them out of here.
He knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that. This is one of those times where, morally speaking, he's against this, but for his nation, he doesn't want to betray them. This is one of those moments that Alphino and Alizé had, like, you know, several missions ago, when it was the whole, you know, even though the Garleans that they saw very much were not interested in getting help for them, they still helped. Jules here is in the same sort of thing. He knows morally what he was about to do was wrong. It's just a question of whether he understands the irony of calling us savages, and here they are going back on their word and, you know, just taking advantage of us. Or... yeah. Sadly how it is when people know nothing but war. He knows more than war, though. He's had... Alphano and Alizé will be fine, provided they do not resist. What level is that? 83, once again, has been entrusted with an inevitable task. Okay. Alright, I gotta stop it here. Otherwise, I'm going to, like, keep on going and shit. And I can't do that. I gotta stop here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep on going like, oh, one more mission. Oh, one more mission. Oh, one more mission. I can't do that. I can't keep going like that. I am going to need to end the stream here and have a little think about who we're gonna go and raid. I honestly forgot this thing was still here. The Manor Lords, another crab game, V Rising, and Paladins. Let me just delete that. Alrighty then. No, I'm not giving you a blankie right. No! I need... Gosh darn it. Why do you do this to me? Why do you take my shirt? Curses. Alrighty then. So, that is going to be it for tonight. We went for a lot longer than I initially planned, but I reckon we went through some good process. Hi there, Justinian. He's fighting his own moral code against the code he has to follow to be true to the Garland mode, and it's a power struggle. You can see it. Yep, I very much can, Sash. I very much can. It's very much a case of, oh, here he... Ow, what the... Here he is with the problem of, hey, we're looking to help and such. He knows we genuinely want to help. And he knows morally we don't need to, like, have our resources stolen and having, like, you know, a fucking skirmish and what have you. But instead, this is what we deal with, so... You also don't want a gas bomb here from a certain Yoshi. Yep, that's true as well. Alrighty then. We are gonna go for a little raid. And we are gonna go raid into someone named Aussie Griff. It is. They are a streamer in their own right. They've been doing a little bit of 3D stuff, but I haven't seen them do any, like, 3D printing or anything like that on stream. But they go through whatever it is they want. I saw them earlier today going through Manor Lords. I hope they were still going to be playing that, but it looks like they've moved on to... They've looked to have moved on to Fortnite, so this is going to be a little bit higher octane action than what we've been going through here. And I reckon our raid message is going to be... It's going to be something Final Fantasy related, okay? So... Ding dong. Why aren't you playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? That is going to be our raid message. If you've got any emotes, you're welcome to use them. I am going to be using my what emotes, but otherwise you're welcome to use whichever other ones you want. And otherwise, all right, let me get the raid started. One moment. So yeah, that is it for tonight. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll have a look at my schedule because I think Code is good for another Thursday night D&D night. Work is gonna have like a bit of an intense sort of time schedule, and I'm gonna be on call, so I'm not too sure if I can do a Monday stream or Wednesday, but we'll see how it is. Saturday is the party game stream, May 4th, and I want to go through the Star Wars Battlefront 2 game. Alrighty then. Alright, and that's about it. And I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you Tatsu for the raid, Wolfgang, thank you for the raid, Basie, Varix, Foppers, Fennec, Lost Fox. Thank you so much for the follows. If you're still here, I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good afternoon, morning, evening, or night wherever you are. And we're going to raid into Aussie Griff shortly. And hopefully I'll see you all another time. Bye for now.